written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners in October. Today is October 1st, 2025. It is 10:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Vice Chairman Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Mo Ivory.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty and gracious God, we come this morning just to say thank you. We thank you, Lord, for our safe travel. We pray now your blessings upon each and every one who have gathered. We pray now your continued blessings be upon our commissioners. Continue to bless them and protect them. It's in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 250725, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be acted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the first regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, anything on the consent agenda? Madam Clerk, no. Commissioners, no. All right, entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda. All right, motion to adopt by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 4, first regular meeting agenda, 250733, adoption of the first regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, there are 2 items to be removed from today's agenda on page 9. 250719, request approval of resolution to increase the departmental budget of the magistrate court, and 250720, request approval of a resolution to increase the departmental budget for the Office of the Public Defender. These items have been requested to be removed by Commissioner Ivory.
All right, anything else? All right, motion to adopt the agenda as amended by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 250734, ratification of minutes, first regular meeting minutes, September 3rd, second regular meeting post-agenda minutes, September 17th, 2025.
All right, motion to adopt by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 5, 250735, presentation of proclamations and certificates. First proclamation is recognizing Filipino American History Month, sponsored by Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Ellis, Commissioners Thorne, Barrett, Ivory, and Abdul Rahman.
Do we have anybody here who wants to come down for the proclamation for Filipino American National Historical Society? Oh, wonderful. Thank you. All right, welcome. Good morning, everybody. Whereas the Filipino American National Historical Society established Filipino American History Month in 1992, and Filipino Americans make up one of the largest Asian American ethnic groups in the United States today. And whereas the mission of Filipino American History Month is to honor the rich history, enduring contributions, and legacy of early Filipino settlers in the United States, and to educate and inspire younger generations to take pride in their heritage, and offers an opportunity for all Americans to learn about and appreciate the deep-rooted impact of Filipino Americans on our nation's history. And whereas during World War II, more than 260,000 Filipinos and Filipino American soldiers bravely served and sacrificed under the American flag. The Filipino Veterans of World War II Congressional Gold Medal Act unanimously passed through Congress and was signed into law in December of 2016. And whereas Filipino Americans have contributed to our society through their service in the armed forces, skills and expertise as medical and healthcare professionals, scientists, entrepreneurs, accountants, educators, lawyers, and their participation in public offices, civic affairs, economy, and the community life. And whereas the contributions of Filipino Americans have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness that America continues to enjoy today, and the customs and traditions of Filipino Americans are respected and celebrated as part of the rich history of our state and nations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Filipino American History Month and the more than 50,000 Filipino Georgians who have made great contributions to the multifaceted fabric of our society, and does hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Filipino American History Month in Fulton County, Georgia.
On behalf of the Honorary Consul General of the Philippines and being the chairman of the Filipino American History Month Committee of Georgia, we thank you, Commissioner and Commissioners, everyone here. We are so happy to be here, and we are so proud that we are now being seen. Representation matters, and we want to be seen and we want to be heard. And rest assured that we will be continuing to serve and to be worthy of this nation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Already worthy.
The next proclamation is recognizing Let's Talk Month, sponsored by Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Ellis, Commissioners Barrett, Ivory, and Abdul Rahman.
Do we have representatives, I think, from Public Health are going to join us? All right. Whereas each year the Fulton County Board, come on down, come on down, come on, just gather in there close, let's go. Look like you're excited about Let's Talk Month, all right? Just starting today, right? 31 days to go. All right. Whereas each year the Fulton County Board of Health joins medical professionals nationwide in recognizing October as Let's Talk Month, a time to encourage parents and caregivers to engage in open and honest conversations with their children about important topics such as sexuality and healthy relationships. And whereas these conversations address important issues including body image, mental health, boundaries, and the prevention of pregnancy and sexually transmitted infections. And whereas the Fulton County Board of Health recognizes that while the talk with teens about sex may be difficult, it's critically important. Beginning conversations early, having them often, and continuing them over time can make a greater impact than a single discussion. And whereas studies have found that when parents provide accurate information and engage in open and honest discussions with their teens about relationships, they promote healthier outcomes and reduce the likelihood of risky behaviors. And whereas the Fulton County Board of Health, through its adolescent health programs, SKY, which stands for Skills, Knowledge, and Youth Empowerment, an adolescent health and youth program, AHYD program, provides youth-based, evidence-based sexual health education to adolescents, along with tips and tools to support parents and caregivers in having these essential conversations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners hereby commends the Fulton County Board of Health for its commitment to supporting parents and teens and having meaningful and impactful conversations to improve overall health and well-being for adolescents, and does hereby proclaim October 2025 as Let's Talk Month in Fulton County, Georgia.
It's an honor to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Fulton County Board of Health's Health Promotion Division, where we operate two well-established programs, the Adolescent Health and Youth Development Program and the Skills, Knowledge, and Youth Empowerment Program, that are both dedicated to educating teens about the risks of sexual behaviors and to help reduce those risks. But we also honor the role that parents play in educating their youth about sexual health. We know that initiating these conversations can be awkward and difficult, but no one ever said that parenting was easy. Anyone who said that it is was maybe not telling the entire full truth. But we know that parents remain one of the strongest influences in whether or not a kid will engage in risky behaviors, and that's what Let's Talk Month is all about. We like to take this time to encourage parents to push past that discomfort and open the door to honest conversations about sexual health and other issues that their teens face. Our programs are also about supporting parents in opening these conversations, the line of communication, and helping them to build confidence in having these conversations with their youth. This year, our focus of our Let's Talk Month activities are on the dangers of the digital world. Social and online spaces expose youth to pressures, misinformation, and unsafe behaviors, and equipping parents with having real conversations about these risks is essential to keeping our youth safe. To that end, I invite all parents to our seminal Let's Talk Month event on October 15th at the Jefferson Park Rec Center in East Point from 6:30 to 8:30. It's titled "Keeping It 100" about the dangers of the digital world. On behalf of the Health Promotion Division, I thank Chairman Pitts, Commissioner Ellis, and the full Board of Commissioners for this proclamation and their ongoing support in strengthening families and empowering youth in Fulton. Thank you.
I'm going to stand with you on this one, since it's the Hispanic Day.
Great.
The next proclamation is recognizing Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioners Thorne, Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Ellis, and Commissioner Ivory.
Oh, it's my pleasure to give a proclamation to the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and I've got my fellow Commissioner Mo Ivory here by my side, who also has a Hispanic background. I just admire the work they do as being the vital empowering Georgia Hispanic business, being the getting Hispanic leaders in commerce and industry, and kind of basically being the support of these businesses and foster and encourage Latin American entrepreneurs. I had the pleasure of going on a trip with them to Colombia, and it was a pleasure to see the barriers that exist and how they try to eliminate those barriers for business to coming here and investing here, and then supporting those businesses once they're here. They just hosted the U.S. National Hispanic Chamber. They had about 800 people here, and everybody loved it, had a great time. They said they loved the Southern Latin hospitality here in Georgia. So, therefore, whereas the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce is a 501c3 nonprofit organization committed to promote and support the domestic and international economic development of Hispanic businesses and individuals, and to serve as a link between non-Hispanic entities and the Hispanic market in the state of Georgia. And whereas the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce was established in 1984 with a focus on business formation, business growth, and civic and leadership development and engagement, and whereas the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce has over 1,000 members, making it one of the largest Hispanic chambers in the United States, and has over 10 networking and workshop opportunities each month. And whereas the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce serves entrepreneurs and business owners through consultations, workshops, and seminars, and partners with organizations to bring quality programming to the Hispanic business community. And whereas the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce provides access to networking groups in Gwinnett, North Fulton, Cobb, Douglas, DeKalb, Gainesville, and South Georgia. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, in honor and recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month, recognizes the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce for its many contributions to the fabric of our society, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, October 1, 2025, as Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
I just want to say real quickly that as the first Afro-Latina commissioner on the Board of Commissioners, I'm presenting this proclamation today, not in the name that most people know me, which is Mo Ivory, but in my real name, which is Moraima. And that is given to me by my mother, who was born in the Dominican Republic and came to the United States, and in honor of my grandmother, Lupita Rodriguez, who lived to be 112 years old and was born in Mexico City. And so I'm very proud to be here today to present this to you.
Gracias, Moraima. Good morning, friends. My name is Anthony Rodriguez. I'm pleased to serve as the parliamentarian for the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And on behalf of the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, our board, our staff, and our members, I want to express our gratitude as we receive this proclamation from Commissioner Thorne and Chairman Pitts and the entire Fulton County Board of Commissioners today during Hispanic Heritage Month. This honor not only acknowledges our efforts, but also fuels our passion to continue driving for positive change and fostering vibrant business relationships within our community. We're deeply appreciative of this recognition, which serves as a testament to the hard work and dedication of everyone involved in our mission. Together, we're building bridges, empowering entrepreneurs, and creating opportunities that resonate far beyond our own community. So again, thank you, Fulton County, for your unwavering support and your belief in our vision. We're excited to continue this journey together, making impactful strides for a brighter future. And I would be remiss if I did not mention that you do not have to be Hispanic or own a Hispanic business to be part of the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. We want to help uplift any business that is here in our community, uplifting and supporting Hispanics, which I think we all serve and would love to do. So thank you very much.
Buenos días. Buenos días. All right. Good morning. I also wanted to thank, and on behalf from our CEO and President Veronica Maldonado Torres, who couldn't join us today, our board of directors and the dedicated teams at the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I'm Norma Zúñiga Cardoso. I'm the executive director of the Hispanic Business Center. We are a nonprofit and the business educational arm of the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and we are very, very grateful also to receive this during the Hispanic Heritage Month. This month is a powerful reminder of the impact of the Latino community with a $4 trillion GDP. We are driving growth, innovation, and opportunity across the nation. Thank you to our board member, Anthony Rodriguez, for his inspiring remarks. At the Hispanic Business Center, we remain committed to equipping Hispanic business owners with the tools and support they need to thrive. And thank you to Fulton County for believing in our mission. Gracias.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The next proclamation is
For
recognizing
breast cancer.
Breast Cancer and
You wanna do-
Cervical Cancer Screening Month.
We're,
They should sit down.
yeah, we're going to do the breast cancer one now, unless, do you want to do since the GALEO folks are already up here. Let's, Douglas, can we switch out and do the GALEO one, please? Sorry to confuse everybody, but we've already got people standing up here for it. So
Yeah.
let's do that, and we'll put this aside.
Okay.
Thank you. The next proclamation
Thank you,
is
Vice Chair.
recognizing GALEO Appreciation
Can all the
Day.
members of GALEO please join us that are present? Okay. All right, you all, this is a day that I'm very proud to do because it is during Hispanic Heritage Month, whereas GALEO is a 501c3 nonprofit organization based in Norcross, Georgia, and founded in 2003 by Jerry Gonzalez. Representative Sam Zamarapia, I don't know if I'm saying that right, please forgive me, and Representative Pedro Marin. The organization is based in Norcross, Georgia, but has a strong presence in Metro Atlanta and communities across Georgia with high Latino populations. And whereas GALEO strives for a better Georgia where the Latino population is engaged and building community, their contributions are respected and policy measures reflect their values. And whereas their mission is to increase civic participation by educating and empowering the Latino community and to develop Latino leaders throughout strategic leadership programs throughout the entire state of Georgia. And whereas when this organization was first established, Georgia's Latino community was not as well represented as it is today, nor was it a viable electoral force. Today, there are nearly 1 million Latino citizens in the state of Georgia. You can feel free to clap for that. With over 400,000 registered to vote, up from just 10,000 in 2003. And whereas since its inception, GALEO has approached community organizing as a means through which the Georgia Latinx community needs will be identified, shared, and addressed through empowerment, enhanced leadership, skills, and opportunities for involvement. So it is with great pride that me and my colleagues now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, recognizes GALEO for highlighting the many contributions of the Latino community in the fabric of this great society, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, October 1st, 2025 is GALEO Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you please put your hands together for a wonderful organization? Do we have anybody speak on it? Any of y'all want to speak on it? Are we good? Okay, all right, we'll take the picture.
The next proclamation is recognizing Breast and Cervical Cancer Screening Month, sponsored by Commissioners Barrett, Abdul Rahman, Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Ellis, Commissioners Thorne and Ivory.
I know. While we're bringing everybody up, we're going to recognize the Board of Health for their efforts around breast cancer and cervical cancer screening. But I want to say it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October, as always. And I would like to invite anybody in the audience who's been touched by breast cancer, survivors, or if you've had family members and you'd like to stand with us, you're more than welcome to come down and join us. I think, having folks stand with us here is really about reminding everyone to get their screenings. I'm a breast cancer survivor. I'm about 12 years past my own breast cancer. My mother is a breast cancer survivor of about 23 years, I believe now. And we both are here today because we had our mammograms and we had early detection. So I really, really encourage everybody to get screened. And with that, I will read the proclamation. Whereas breast cancer is a leading cause of cancer-related death among women in Georgia, with Black women and women in rural communities experiencing disproportionately higher mortality rates. And whereas the Georgia Department of Public Health cites early detection as critical to increase chances of surviving breast and cervical cancers, and whereas the Fulton County Board of Health Breast and Cervical Cancer Prevention Program diagnoses and advises women on the best treatment options for these potentially deadly illnesses, and whereas the Breast and Cervical Cancer Prevention Program provides screenings, diagnostic services, and referrals for treatment to help reduce the impact of breast and cervical cancer on uninsured or underinsured women in Fulton County. And whereas in fiscal year 2025, the Board of Health provided services to more than 260 Fulton County women for breast or cervical cancer at their clinics in Adamsville, College Park, Vine City, and North Fulton. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends the Fulton County Board of Health for its work to connect our communities with care and resources, and does hereby proclaim October 2025 as Breast and Cervical Cancer Screening Month in Fulton County, Georgia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shonda Mufa. I am a nurse manager and also nurse practitioner with Fulton County Board of Health. And on behalf of Fulton County Board of Health, we would like to thank Commissioner Pitts and all the commissioners for taking the time to recognize our continued work in the fight against breast and cervical cancer. For more than 30 years, Fulton County Board of Health has been dedicated to ensuring access to breast and cervical cancer screenings through the BCCP program. We are proud to provide these screenings every day of the year, not just in October, because we know that early detection saves lives. We are especially committed to serving women who are Fulton County residents, who are underinsured or uninsured, making sure that financial barriers don't stand in the way of care or access to screenings. Appointments are available at any of our centers, often same day, next day, or within the same week. During the week of October 13th through October 17th, we will be providing walk-in services to the community for breast exams, mammogram referrals, and cervical cancer screenings. We invite everyone to stay connected with us through our social media channels for updates and resources on preventing breast and cervical cancer. And again, we want to thank you for recognizing our commitment to prevention, early detection, and equitable care for our community.
And the last proclamation is recognizing Domestic Violence Awareness Month, sponsored by Commissioners Abdul Rahman, Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Ellis, Commissioners Thorne, Barrett, and Ivory.
Feet of Clay, Sequoia. That's Feet of Clay. Can you please come down? Thank you. Oh, you wore purple. I'm sorry. My favorite color. Exactly. I wore the other color. This proclamation, whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month was first observed in October of 1981 as a National Day of Unity to unite advocates across the nation in efforts to end domestic violence, and whereas community and advocacy organizations across the country connect with the public and one another throughout the month to raise awareness about the signs of abuse and the ways to stop it, and to uplift survivor stories and provide additional resources to leaders and policymakers. And whereas Feet of Clay, a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting survivors of domestic abuse in metropolitan Atlanta with a mission to provide survivors of domestic violence with safe shelter, resources, and other things to ensure a successful transition to a life free of violence. And whereas under the leadership of founder and CEO LaWanda Jordan, who is also a survivor of domestic violence, Feet of Clay has served as a beacon of light to those seeking refuge from dark and dangerous domestic situations, and helps to release the shame and silence often associated with abuse. And whereas everyone has the opportunity to make the difference in ending domestic violence and use our resources to raise awareness of domestic violence in our communities. And a personal note, I am a survivor myself of domestic violence. And so this hits home with me, and it's with great appreciation and humble pride that now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners supports efforts to end domestic violence in our communities, and does hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Fulton County.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margie Ondorf. I'm on the board of directors for Feet of Clay, and on behalf of our founder, LaWanda Jordan, who could not be with us this morning, I want to thank the commissioners for this proclamation and for recognizing the first day of Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We're a very small, 3 people, nonprofit, but this year alone, we have placed 17 families in hotels, assisted 9 families with rent and deposits, provided 5 individuals with monthly bus passes, covered weekly hotel fees for 34 families, and we've helped 8 individuals secure employment, 12 families access child care, supported 8 single mothers leaving violent relationships, and placed 9 women safely here in Georgia after escaping abuse. Thank you. These numbers are not just statistics. They are families rebuilding their lives with dignity, safety, and hope. We'd like to thank Fulton County Commissioners for honoring this work. Your recognition strengthens our resolve to keep showing up for one family at a time. And I would just like to add, on the personal side, I, who have not been affected by domestic violence, knock on wood, and thank God, is the whole reason I help this organization, because I know I go home to a very safe home and a very loving home every single day. I'm not afraid. I don't live in fear. I'm not harmed. And I hug my husband extra tightly every night. And if you are one of those people in this room, I highly recommend you do the same thing as soon as you get home tonight. If you have been affected or know someone that's been affected or just like to help, we invite you to our website at feetofclayatl.org. Thank you so much.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 5, public hearings. 250736, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have received 11 speaker cards here in Assembly Hall. Will the first 6 speakers please come forward? P. Christine Mayfield, Milkshake Mayfield, Lieutenant Antonio Richardson, L.A. Pink, Walter Statesman Reeves, and Johnny Wise.
All right, come on down, please. All right, first speaker, when you have 15 seconds, I'll say 15 seconds remaining for you to begin to conclude your remarks. First speaker, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning. It is an honor to be able to speak on such a subject as care for the elderly and care for the sick. I am the spouse of Milkshake Mayfield. His mom is Bessie Davis. She resides in Sadie G. Mays Rehab. And she's been there since April of 2024. I have my 2 favorite sector of people are babies and the elderly. Why? Because they're the most vulnerable and the least protected. Mama Davis, who I call Mama Davis, Shake's mother, is like my mom. I took care of my mom as a caregiver for 7 years between 2 households, mine and hers in Jackson, Georgia, Butts County. So I know a little bit about caregiving. And I visited various nursing homes over the years, 30, 40 years. Visiting family, friends, loved ones. And I've noticed, even I being a visitor, have noticed the decline in the care, if you will, in the nursing home systems. Something as simple as beds being made on days when they have visitors. Something as simple as maybe being a little late and getting your meds. Something as simple as not getting the therapy that you need.
15 seconds.
Okay. I just want to, this is basically my position, and I just want to say this one thing. The advocacy that we are speaking today may be the advocacy that someone will have to speak for us in years to come. Think about that. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm here speaking on behalf of my mother at Sadie G. Mays. Seeing her decline to this point is really hurting, and not being able to get her bed made when she's used to trying to do that herself, and getting her medicine on time because they're short-handed. I was informed that the commission has only been given, I think, $130,000 a year for years. I can't hire band members for prices that used to be back in the day. Time has changed, economy has changed. Please consider giving them more money to help the seniors. We're all going to end up one day in that predicament. You can't get money out of the bank if you don't put money in the bank. So please consider giving them more money. I go around to a lot of nursing homes to perform, to just uplift the spirits of the seniors. I dreaded it first, but then once I started doing it and I saw what the music does for the seniors, they can't go out. They can't come out to the restaurant where I perform all the time. So we take it to them. So if you please consider giving them more money. The more you give, the better their lifestyle will be. And that's for all the seniors.
15 seconds.
Just once again, just a plea to give them more budget to operate. Thank you.
So I'm going to continue to walk y'all like a dog until corruption is corrected. So Mo Ivory, we are dying to see you in Mechanicville for the Mechanicville massacre that you was invited to by me, and you never returned. They have not, the families have not seen you since you want to give away so much money. Ike Arrington, we were surprised to see you standing next to domestic violence, including your history. You know what we talking about. But let's get to the real issue of why I'm here today. There was a killing, well, I don't know really what it was, because the sheriff lied and said that it wasn't anything going on in the jail, but he had a mini concert. I'm so tired of these performances, because until we change something, people need to stop performing. But there was a light performance down with Young Thug, and it would stop the violence. How he's gonna stop the violence in the street when he can't stop it at Rice Street? Here it is, we have a young lady that had her throat slit. Well, we really don't know exactly what happened, because like I said, the sheriff is saying nothing happened. But now we have a text message that somebody sent me with someone being charged for this murder now. It's a murder. But first he said, he told Angelique Proctor, nothing happened. L.A. Pink is lying when I put it out, sent it to the news. So we are tired of the cover-ups. We're tired of the extra not understanding the sheriff needs money. Well, while y'all always begging for him, go beg for these families to get help off in there to get their child out. How about that? Instead of begging to give him some money. How about going to get these families that the life they done destroyed,
15
and help
seconds.
them?
15 seconds.
So Dana, Mo, Ike Arrington, yeah, y'all on the chopping block for y'all's jobs.
Statesman Reeves, Georgia candidate for governor. I would like to do a shout out to Dana Baird and Mo Ivory. I heard you on Closer Look with Rose Scott. And the issue I'd like to discuss is that the day after y'all was Ambassador Frederick Bernard from the Kingdom of Belgium, and he was there to do its best. He's sent by the Crown, and it is namely the very sordid issue at the U.S. Embassy in Brussels. Believe it or not, it is worse than Epstein Island. Has been going on since 2009 with a very sleazy Howard Goodman. He was the socially appointed ambassador, U.S. ambassador to the Kingdom of Belgium, and is unfortunately dancing with the Belgian kiddie porn stars. And unfortunately, the Belgian kiddie porn stars are a luxury brand by socially prominent perverts here in Atlanta. This has gone on with Playpen. It was shut down by FBI Operation Pacifier. This needs to be taken seriously. And FBI agents Daniel Alphen and Laura Schwarzenberger were shot down delivering arrest warrants here in Florida, and this could cost both Atlanta and Miami all events with the World Cup, unfortunately. But we will all move forward, and I will be discussing this with y'all later. And a counter event is the
15 seconds.
Atlanta City Hall line dance. As y'all heard about boots on the ground. There's something similar at Fulton County. God bless y'all.
Good morning. My name is Deacon Johnny Wise, and I represent The Hills Community Development Corporation. I am the executive director. We're a 501c3 nonprofit arm of the Dixie Hills First Baptist Church. I'm here to support Sadie G. Mays Health and Rehab Center and their request for increased funding from Fulton County. Our organization volunteers at Sadie G. Mays, and we bring food, gifts for the residents on Mother's Day, Father's Day, Thanksgiving, and more. My late mother, Miss Emily Wise, started a special program for the residents who were 96 years old in 2000 and led it for 17 years. Matter of fact, the city gave her a proclamation for her service to the community and Sadie G. Mays. This year, we restarted the program by honoring 13 residents who were 90 years old with a wonderful program with music, scriptures, speaker, refreshments, and gifts from the honorees. Sadie G. Mays is an important part of our community, serving our senior citizens who are sick and disabled. We've had many church members who have been there over the years, even members who worked there, such as Miss Almanita Lee, who worked there for 30 years, over 30 years. So we ask that you please, I say again, we ask that you please increase the funding for Sadie G. Mays so they can continue to serve our community for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Last 5 speakers in Assembly Hall, please come forward. Shirley Coleman, Caitlin White, Reed Stilson, Margie McLeod, and Jody William.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Henderson Coleman, and I'm Director of Development with Sadie G. Mays Health and Rehab Center, a nonprofit. At our last visit here, we briefly touched on the long relationship between Sadie G. Mays and Fulton County, and we're so grateful for your support over these many years. But now we'd like to give you a little bit more details about our request. So we're here to request that the renewable grant that Fulton County provides for Sadie G. Mays be increased from $135,000 to $1,277,000 per year. So that might seem like a big jump, but when you look at the background, you see 87% of Sadie G. Mays residents are low income, so the Medicaid program is our primary source of income. And the low Medicaid reimbursement rate results in a $50 shortfall per person per day. So over 365 days, that adds up to over $2 million. In addition, they are making cuts this year, and more cuts are expected over the next 10 years. So you can see that we've been receiving the same amount, $135,375 annually since 1990. So that's 35 years without an increase, which is not really sufficient to cover the rising cost of nurse salaries, food, which is our food bill is over $500,000 by itself, equipment, supplies, personal care items, not to mention the rehabilitation therapies and medications that Medicaid doesn't cover. So that's for an average of 140 residents per year. And also, our building is 57 years old, so there's always ongoing repairs and improvements that must be made.
15 seconds.
Thank you. We just want to ask you to please consider giving us this additional funding to offset the losses due to insufficient Medicaid reimbursements and to help us in our daily operations. Thank you very much.
Hi there. My name is Caitlin. I'm a resident here in Atlanta and a volunteer at the Fulton County Animal Shelter. I'm here today because I've emailed all of you and I've not heard back, as have many other volunteers, regarding the situation with court case dogs at the shelter right now. I'm here to speak because the dogs can't. Right now, over 70 dogs are being held indefinitely at the shelter while their court cases drag on. Some of them have been there since 2023. A couple of weeks ago, 2 puppies were born to a court case dog at the shelter due to negligence. Those puppies will grow up in the shelter and will likely be euthanized once their case resolves because of their poor quality of life. Shelters are not designed for long-term care. Animal welfare experts agree 3 months is the maximum before serious mental and behavioral decline. Court case dogs for Fulton are regularly stuck in the system for over a year and are regularly euthanized once their hold is released. These dogs are currently taking up 18.5% of total kennel space for Fulton County. Right now, 65 dogs are going to be euthanized this week for space at the county shelter. This is a failure of communication and leadership. What needs to be done is you, the commissioners, need to direct the Fulton County Attorney's Office to do their job and file cost of care petitions and motions to dispose. You also need to direct them to work with the animal shelter promptly when requested. That's it.
Good afternoon. My name is Reed Stilson. I'm a Fulton County resident. I live and work in the Buckhead area, where I'm a leader of a local coffee shop and community hub. And I'm also a candidate for county commissioner here in District 3. I come before you today to discuss the allocation and management of our tax dollars, specifically on 2 points: the unfair property tax appraisals of multi-million-dollar trophy properties, as well as the irresponsible extension of tax allocation districts recently proposed by Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. It is well documented that there are a plethora of corporate-owned properties around our county that are not paying their fair share in property taxes. When you compare the estimated values and sale prices of buildings worth $15 million or more in our county, when you compare these prices to what they were actually appraised and taxed at, these corporate-owned properties are paying on average only 55% of the property taxes that they should. This lack of fair taxation is costing us, our school boards, and our cities hundreds of millions of dollars in very necessary tax revenue. I urge you to hold the Board of Assessors accountable to appraising and assessing each and every corporate-owned trophy property accurately and fairly, just as is already done for everyday homeowners. If billionaire owners of trophy properties are going to pay half the property taxes they ought to, we deserve to know why we, the everyday citizens of Fulton County, are being asked to foot their bill. Secondly, it came to my attention just this morning that Mayor Dickens is calling for the extension of 8 tax allocation districts, which would require both Fulton County and Atlanta Public Schools to bypass their shares of tax revenue, totaling over $5 billion in funding. This is just an attempt to dangle a carrot of things we desperately need, such as affordable housing, food access, and Beltline Rail, while refusing to properly allocate funding for these crucial items in the general fund, where we can better hold our government accountable.
15 seconds.
These TADs have too little oversight and so very rarely do what they set out to do. This will lead to an increase in taxes when we are already stretched so thin in this economy. So please, let's keep our tax dollars here where we need it most and oppose Mayor Dickens' plan for TAD extensions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Margie McLeod. I'm here because Judge Kirk, Cassandra Kirk, been coming down here for 2 years, just like I've been coming down here 2 years for rent control. And rent is out of the roof, the rent. So what she's saying, it's just like a doctor. If you want to go to a doctor and the doctor is just tired, do you want that doctor to work on you? No, Arrington. I don't think you would. So that's what I'm looking at. She's telling you she need more judges. She need more lawyers to help with the cases. Only thing she asking for $600,000. So what's the problem? Can we all get along? You say we need to work together, Rob Hicks. You saying the president of the mayor. Hey, let's join. I told you that a long time ago, we need to work together. So why we cannot give this judge, Cassandra Kirk, this money? Because I'm afraid that's like this is medical, going to the hospital, the doctors be short because they tired. So you're gonna give that money, why not? What's the problem? Why Why you can't she just asking for $600,000? That's all. But you want the best lawyer, you want the best judge, you want not to be tired. You don't want the doctor right and he half sleep and he doing an operation on you. Do you want that type of doctor? Why you can't give her again? Please give her the money that she was
15
asking
seconds.
for, that she could operate right. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jody, and I thank you guys for having comments for the public. I want to commend Miss Dana Barrett and Mo Ivory. I see you guys doing a lot of good things in the city and speaking up for the people, so I thank you guys for that. I also want to comment on Sadie Mae, because I have a really great friend there who was the first commissioner of DeKalb County, Mr. John Evans. So I ask you guys to give them that money. You know, you don't want an injunction filed against you because, you know, you're not doing what you should be doing for Sadie Mae. Okay, so the reason I'm here is on behalf of the judge. She keeps asking you guys for this money. Is there any reason you guys aren't giving her the money? Do you not have it? What is it? Because I have friends who tell me about their situation when they're incarcerated and how they've been in there for 15 months because of a judge issue. So I'm pleading with you all to give her that money. Do you not have it? Someone answer me. Do you not have it? Is that the problem? Please give her that money. She needs to be able to do a better job because I know she wants to. So if you guys could just pitch in and help her out, you know, come up with a little money. She's only asking for a little. So give the judge the money so
15
that she
seconds.
can do a better job. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 7 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Chris Hayden. Chris Hayden. Chris Hayden.
Hello. Can you hear me?
No. Speak up.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you. Can you raise the volume up?
Hello, can you hear me?
No, we cannot.
Chris Hayden.
Hello? Yes.
All right, go to the next speaker and try to come back to him.
Yes. The next person to speak is Deborah Jean Arnold.
Hello?
Deborah Jean Arnold. Next person to speak, Matt Roenzak. Matt Roenzak. Matt.
There must be a
Roenzak.
problem because we can always hear Matt, so there must be a problem. Yeah. So try to work this out and we'll come back to the Zoom speakers.
Yes.
Find out what's going on.
Yes.
In the meantime, continue.
On page 6, presentations to the board, 250737, MARTA quarterly update.
When you determine what the problem is, let us know. We'll go back to the Zoom speakers after the MARTA presentation. Good morning, sir, and welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Pitts. 1 second here. Good morning, Chairman Pitts. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you to the Fulton board members who are present, Mr. Pond, Also watching online, board members Frida Hardage as well as Beth Bolton Harris. Give the folks a second to pull up the presentation. Got it. Good morning. My name is Jonathan Hunt. I am your interim general manager and CEO of MARTA. On the cover page of our presentation is a picture of Labor Day weekend, which was very busy with Dragon Con, Aflac kickoff game, Black Pride, and MARTA successfully moved 423,000 customers safely and efficiently with the support of 277 transit ambassadors, our full workforce. The MARTA Police Department implemented enhanced safety measures, including drone surveillance and a mobile command unit to ensure passenger security. Officers included K-9 units, field protective specialists, patrol stations, trains, buses, and bus intermodals. We had no major incidents during the Labor Day weekend, and most of our calls were to help support with medical assistance in other matters. Moving on to the next slide on the agenda. We're going to go over ridership, capital program, some partially funded projects, as well as some unfunded projects we're planning for, as well as some other news. In ridership, just waiting on the slides. Next slide, sorry. One more slide, thank you. We continue to see a climb in ridership. One more slide. Thank you. We continue to see a climb in ridership. We anticipate an increase with the return to school and more companies implementing a return to office policy, as we've seen in previous years. In fact, MARTA itself has implemented a return to in-office work, which began September 15th. We're also looking forward to our new AFC 2.0 payment system, and AFC stands for Automated Fare Collection System, which will be mentioned a bit later in the presentation. And our new fare gates will prevent fare evasion and give us more accurate ridership data. Next slide. We're going to progress on to our capital programs. Next slide. One more slide. Thank you. At Airport Station, we continue to see progress with our airport station rehabilitation. The second elevator has been installed and the new ride store is nearing completion. We had a mural artist by the name of Michael Jones, and who is a local Atlanta artist and painter who created this original artwork. As a painting originally, we had that converted to a mosaic tile, and that art installation continues to be a social media worthy spot to take a great picture when you're riding to the most traveled airport in the world. Next slide. We're going to talk about the MARTA Rapid A line on Summerhill Avenue. Last quarter, we reported a number of less than ideal conditions impacting the completion dates for the project. I'm pleased to report that the technical staff of MARTA, the City of Atlanta, have been working diligently to bring forth solutions to the table. The team has proposed alternate pavement designs for this section, reducing the need for shallow service utility repair work, and we're actively working with GDOT to get a transit signal priority units installed along the signaled corridors. In downtown, we have work to do and install drainage lines and coordinating this work with the City of Atlanta. We're also targeting finishing pavement work in the area by the end of November. We have been pleased to announce the full amount of the Tiger Grant from fiscal year 2017 has been drawn down. We've submitted the final cost in advance of the grant sunset date, which was yesterday. So we fully captured all of those federal funds. In November, we will begin the bid process for operators to begin training in preparation for full system implementation. The top picture is a station pad being installed right next to City Hall, Atlanta City Hall, and the bottom picture is a station pad in front of the Sloppy Floyd building next to the Capitol. Next slide. The rapid response team, as you can see, our public engagement has been extensive in September, going into this month of October. Our rapid response team sent out construction updates via website, email, social media, as well as community engagement activities. Looking ahead to the fourth quarter, we will be at the Pounce Around Hurt Park with Georgia State University, as well as Atlanta's Streets Alive in October. We will also be sending out updates via newsletters, and email, and social media. We are shifting engagement to a get ready to ride mode. This phase will begin preparing customers for the new payment processes on our bus rapid transit lines. Bus rapid transit lines use a proof of payment method where a customer will pay the fare and validate their ticket before they get on the bus. This is a typical payment methodology for bus rapid transit, and it allows customers to board on all doors, minimize the time the bus will dwell waiting for payment at each station, and making the boarding process much smoother and providing for enhanced or reduced headway times. The picture on the right is our Summerhill outreach team at the Georgia State informing students about the new Rapid A line coming in April, which they will utilize greatly. Next slide. I'd like to transition and begin talking about our 5 Points Transformation Project at the plaza level. Next slide. One more. Slide, that is.
It's back there.
Next slide.
Yeah.
Next slide. Am I not projecting? I typically don't have that problem. Yeah, next slide. There we go. Okay. 5 Points Transformation at the plaza level. The construction manager, this is a construction manager at risk project, and they continue to advance with safety work and preparation, cutting into the northwest corner of the walkway, and will continue to move east. We are finishing our Ashby compound, where temporary services that were located at 5 Points, MPD's offices, our ride store, MARTA Hope, as well as our reduced fare offices, are being relocated to the Ashby station. That project is near completion of construction and just about ready to open, and pedestrian access will be open via Forsyth Street at 5 Points Station. Next slide, please. Thank you. A gentle reminder that the 5 Points Station work has two projects happening in one. Let's shift and discuss to the platform level rehab work, which has been ongoing. We continue with this new tiling across the station on the floor and walls. The new reflective ceilings, as well as the lighting, help brighten and make the station safer, more aesthetically pleasing and attractive. We also installed new seating areas for customer comfort. And the first and second images that you're looking at are the wall tiles with the new LED lighting fixtures. And then the third image to the right in the center platform are some images of the new seating areas in orange. Next slide. Our Cleveland Metropolitan Arterial Rapid Transit Project, or ART. As you know, this project is the first arterial rapid transit project for MARTA. The original bid we put out only drew one bid at a greatly elevated cost above our independent cost estimates that we did internally. So we worked with ATL DOT to beef up the construction bid, which is now closed. The design packages from ATLD for construction have been received, and thus far we are very pleased with the bid proposals that we've received. Our anticipated groundbreaking for construction will be sometime in early 2026. And you got a little, that slide is perfect, because I'm turning to MARTA Rapid Campbellton Greenbrier Transit Hub right now. We are at the 15% design. We're working on ideas to minimize right-of-way impacts along that corridor, which is a little tighter than Summerhill. by way of comparison. Our final design solicitation was awarded in September, and MARTA's CIG application was still preserved in the President's funding report. So the MARTA Campbellton Greenbrier Transit Hub is still in that report, although we don't have a decision as yet. The flyover is the bridge from I-285 from Greenbrier Mall to Barge Road Park and Ride to minimize right-of-way impacts as well as increase headway times. The bridge will include parallel pedestrian access along the alignment, and bike lanes will be part of the final design with a separation included from traffic. We have a transit-oriented development study procurement underway, and we met with stakeholders in June and have done a pop-up shop at the closest station to Oakland City to gather more information. We also participated in the Greenbrier Community Western event on August 23rd of this year. Next slide. Thank you. We are currently 16% designed for the Bankhead platform extension. The importance of this project will allow, for all of you who know, the Bankhead or the Green Line has a shorter train because the length of that platform can only accommodate a shorter train set. With our new train cars coming in, we're going to extend that platform so the same length train can traverse the entire system. The design review was completed in August, and we are working with the City of Atlanta on the permitting process as well as planning the delivery to minimize community impacts to the greatest extent possible. The bid for construction will go out in the second quarter of 2026. Next slide. The MARTA and 285 Express Lanes Transit Study Team continues to work alongside GDOT on the 285 Top-End Express Lanes program. We extended our contract an additional year to advance the design and to continue coordination with all the key stakeholders. After our policy working group meeting, we took preliminary findings from that group and public meetings, which we held in early May, to help garner and guide our decision-making through the process. Beyond sharing our findings, the purpose of the meetings were to better understand the transportation patterns along the corridor. On the right of the image above, you can see the draft service plan, how MARTA can utilize the express lanes for transit once built out by GDOT. One note about the map is that each line is a transit route along 285, and the stacked lines illustrate multiple routes sharing the same roadway. The lines are color-coded to label and differentiate routes serving east and west, and then the dotted lines extending out from 285 represent examples of potential future service areas that will be identified in the future. Next slide. We're going to move into a discussion of partially funded projects. Next slide, thank you. MARTA is continuing to advance the Georgia 400 Bus Rapid Transit project by working towards our 30% design with our partners at GDOT and our proposed 3 stations. One note is you'll see 4 stations on the image. I am not, I can count 3 to 4, but the Old Milton is a to be determined station. It is not, it's in the contract agreement, but it's not yet fully funded. We're working with our partners in North Fulton regarding that potential stop. While the $100 million state bond providing some of the station infrastructure, MARTA is continuing to try to identify funding sources to fully complete the project, or our portion of the project, I should say. MARTA is working with the True North CID to update cities on the alignment, and we are awaiting GDOT to mobilize with the State Route 400 Peach partners before we begin full engagement. As you're aware, they've made that award, they've received funding, they just need a little time to partner up with Peach partners, and then we'll be able to visit with them collaboratively. Next slide. Our Automatic Transit Network, or ATN pilot. The Automated Transit Network pilot project was being conducted by the ATL Airport CIDs and is progressing through its design process. That is expected to conclude at the end of 2025. MARTA is a financial contributor to that. Next slide. And leading into that, we're working on ATN feasibility study. This is being conducted in conjunction with the pilot and the AACID, which is in full swing. The team is focusing on completing the study of the existing conditions as well as an industry review. Following this, we will progress to examining a broad build-out concept to identify different use cases on automatic transit networks and corridors and apply those use cases to potential broader uses. A project governance meeting for ATN is scheduled for October 14th, which Fulton County sits on as a voting member. Next slide. We're going to start discussion about unfunded projects. Next slide. First of which is the South Fulton Parkway and Roosevelt Highway ART initiative. Since we last reported on this project earlier in 2025, we've briefed all the mayors along the potential corridor and the 3 ART route alternatives. We also finalized implementation plans, but however, since we did not receive the US DOT's build grant funding, we will continue to look for other funding mechanisms to progress this project forward. Next slide. In other news, thank you. We want to talk a little bit about our community engagement activities. MARTA has been active throughout Fulton County across the partner cities, connecting with riders and residents at a variety of community events. In the first photo, May 28th, during Older Americans Month, MARTA was at the International Convention Center in partnership with Commissioner Abdul Rahman for the Fulton County Senior Summit. We registered close to 100 seniors for the reduced fare breeze cards during this event. On August 26th, in the middle photo, at the Lieutenant Governor's DeKalb and Fulton Constituent Services Day, MARTA provided breeze cards and shared information about our programs and our services with Fulton County residents during that event. And then to the right, on the top photo, on September 9th, MARTA presented at Councilman Atkins Town Hall, where staff engaged with East Point residents to discuss the next-gen bus network redesign and highlighting local bus route changes. And we also promised to return to provide even more detailed information as we get closer to the next-gen bus network rollout. On the bottom right, September 16th, through our commitment to civic engagement, MARTA hosted our National Voter Registration Day activities, a nonpartisan event at select rail stations, many of which are located in Fulton County. The Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections was on site at College Park Station, H.E. Holmes, and North Spring stations to provide voter education and registered residents wanting to register to vote. Next slide. As mentioned previously, we're going to talk about our Automatic Fare Collection 2.0, or AFC 2.0 project. You can think of it as a Better Breeze system. By next summer, our new Better Breeze system will allow riders to pay directly at fare gates with credit and debit cards. Did I reach my 2 minutes? Allow riders to pay directly at fare gates with credit and debit cards, virtual wallets, or Breeze cards. Breeze cards will be available next fall at retail outlets, but this system is taking Breeze from where we are back to the cutting edge. We will have new fare boxes and validators on the buses as well. The new ticket vending machines will be easier to use and reduce lines and dwell times. Our new fare gates are designed to reduce fare evasion and make the system safer. Fare gate installation has begun at Lindbergh Station and as well as Doraville Station in the pilot phase. We're using those 2 sites to go through the fare gates, through the head-end and through the software to get out any bugs. But we are looking to launch this in April of next spring to the entire system. Next slide. Thank you. Our next-gen bus network redesign. As you may know, the next-gen bus network is the first comprehensive redesign in a generation. Put simply, it's smarter, faster, and better bus service. We are targeting 15-minute headways. Presently, we have 113 bus routes, which we're going to take down to 81 bus routes and provide access to 75% more jobs and job centers, as well as more grocery stores. The new network is designed with simpler and more straightforward routes, fewer and easier transfers, and a new on-demand service. There will be 12 MARTA reach zones, and that's the on-demand service. And with those zones, folks will have a Uber-like experience where they're able to call on MARTA Reach and bring them to our fixed route system, our rail and bus routes, as well as travel within that zone. We're very excited about MARTA Reach. The MARTA board approved the network on June 12th, and currently our team is preparing to launch this network, which will be a significant service change. Of course, we'll have a major outreach effort prior to launch, which will be in April of 2026. Please reach out to any constituents. We're happy to partner with you. We will share our updated partner packets with all of you in our newsletters. At present, our outreach efforts will include the typical posters, flyers, information all across our system on our vehicles, as well as our stations. We're planning events and pop-ups to let our customers and the public know, and there will be information on our website now and through the launch. We would love participation from the commissioners. You all are very engaged socially. Commissioners Barrett and Ivory, you are especially active, and we'd love to partner with you because this is going to be a big change for our customer base, and we need to reach them to make it as easy and smooth as possible. We're going to move to the next slide, but I'm going to ask my Chief of Police, Chief Scott Creer, to come up, share a few safety moments with you, and then I'll come back and answer questions. Chief, thanks, sir.
Good morning. Mr. Hunt, I decided that it was time for me to come down and introduce myself. I think this is my first commissioner meeting. I'm Scott Creer. I'm the Chief of Police for MARTA. Some of you might know I retired from the Atlanta Police Department in March of 2020 after 28 years as a deputy chief and took over MARTA that same week. Quite an experience running into transit policing and then a worldwide pandemic. So we hit the ground running once we got here. But there's been some discussion in the last couple of months about the safety on MARTA, and I wanted to ensure this commissioner group here that MARTA is safe. MARTA had over 400 Part 1 crimes, those 7 Part 1 crimes that we report to the FBI in 2019. As of the end of 2024, we had less than 210. So we've cut that crime in half in those 5 years. Currently, this year to date, we're 21% down in violent crime and overall crime. 21% down in all crime year to date compared to last year, and almost 30% down in our violent crime, aggravated assaults and robberies. While those are great statistics, if I have one customer that doesn't feel safe on MARTA, I still have work to do. My team still has work to do. So that's our responsibility, to make sure that our ridership feels safe and is able to enjoy a safe transit to wherever their destination may be. I wanted to just let you know a little bit about MARTA PD. It's a full-service, accredited police department, both nationally and state. We have about 250 sworn police officers. We have a cadre of non-sworn security staff. We call them field protective specialists. You'll see them in the blue uniforms out on the system, and of course our civilian staff that supports them. We have every bell, whistle, toy that a regular police department has. We have K9 units, bike units, motorcycles, SWAT team, all these different auxiliary units that help us fight crime on our system. And we also have partnerships with our federal partners over at the FBI Ammo Task Force, the U.S. Marshal Task Force, and of course our TSA partners. I think what I wanted to stress to everybody is that MARTA doesn't work in a vacuum. We work in 4 counties. We have multiple cities, multiple communities, multiple neighborhoods that not only our rail service, but our bus service operates in. So that's why it's really important for us to partner with our local law enforcement agencies to fight crime, not only on MARTA, but in the surrounding jurisdictions around MARTA. So we have really good working relationships with our South Fulton, Fulton County Police Departments, Atlanta, of course, East Point, then we go up to Dunwoody, Sandy Springs. All those chiefs of police in those departments and I speak monthly, if not weekly, about what's going on in the region, and we're able to communicate and work through these details together to not only combat crime on MARTA, but also in the jurisdictions that we operate in. Of course, we have 38 rail stations and over 100 bus routes. So we don't have enough cops, we probably never will, to be able to have a cop on every bus and every train, and every station. So we rely heavily on technology. And MARTA has spent quite a bit of money over the last several years improving our technology. We have over 3,000 cameras on our buses, on our rail system, and our stations. And we stood up what we call the Real-Time Crime Center this year. And this is a center of officers that monitor our camera system 24/7. So they are able to react to things that happen very quickly. They're able to monitor hotspots or we have issues that we might want to pay more attention to. And we utilize the Real-Time Crime Center to do that because we just don't have enough officers to hit every corner of every station. Back in 2018, MARTA Police went back to the board and asked for what we call the Ride with Respect program. So this is a program that we use for people that violate rules and regulations, not necessarily law. So we have the ability to suspend riders from our system for violating our rules and regulations. That could be a 12-hour suspension, or that could be up to a permanent ban, which we got passed by the board in 2022. COVID hit. We had a situation where we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know how healthy, our officers didn't phone it in. They were out on the line, they were out in the buses, they were out in the rail system along with our operators every day. So the enforcement effort wasn't where it should be those first couple of years of COVID. Since then, we have a new Madre back to basics, and this past year and a half, as you can see in the crime stats, our enforcement efforts have tripled in percentage rates. That includes our Ride with Respect program that we use. Last but not least, a little bit about World Cup. There were some discussions about MARTA's participation in that. I promise you we are fully engaged with our agencies around the region to get prepared for World Cup. Unfortunately, we had a TSA tabletop exercise scheduled for next Tuesday, and because of the government shutdown, we had to reschedule that. They're not able to participate in that right now, but I imagine as soon as that's taken care of, we'll be back to doing these tabletop exercises. And that's not just with TSA. We'll continue to do those with our regional partners also. And then last but not least, staffing. Because of COVID, because of policing in general, the profession, we almost lost 100 police officers due to attrition in the last 3 or 4 years. This past year, we've really beefed up our recruitment efforts. And I have to thank Chief Wade Yates. That's where we send a lot of our recruits for police training. And he's assured me I have 21 seats to fill in the January class. And that's the largest MARTA police class that we've had in years. And I have to thank him for that. But we've seen an uptick in our hiring. And I think by the end of next month, we'll have all our funded positions filled. And then, of course, Mr. Hunt has promised me more positions. So we'll see how that goes. And last, I just want to say, our police officers are supporting Breast Cancer Month with our badges this month. That was something we did several years ago, and it's touched me personally. So thank you for doing the proclamation. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, is there a question for the chief or Mr. Hunt?
Yes, Chair.
Chief, come on back, Chief. It's a question from Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
One moment before the question, if you don't mind.
Not really, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry. He mentioned staffing. So yes, we'll have the full allotment of sworn officers, and I've committed to 10 additional field protective specialists and 30 additional officers. We like to invest in things that pay dividends at MARTA. Sorry, Commissioner, thank you.
You and I gonna get on the same page eventually. Hey, Steve. Chief, first of all, thank you for the hard work that you and your officers do. Having been an avid rider of MARTA for years, my late husband was a 20-year employee of MARTA. I am one of the biggest proponents of MARTA. And so I always want to give you your kudos The police department for MARTA has always had a customer service side. It was never adversarial, it was always helpful. And I want to commend you on that because it's still that way. My office still gets calls, and sometimes they're not so good. But a lot of times they are good, and they are commending the work that you all are doing. So I just wanted to personally go on record and tell you I appreciate the customer service element. All right, y'all, let's get it together up there. And in a day and time when law enforcement receives so much backlash, and so many times the law enforcement is viewed as not working with the community. Now, I'm showing my age. I'm 61. I remember Officer Friendly that used to come to the schools. I'm really showing my age now. But what I'm saying, what I want to thank you and the atmosphere there is that you all have been able to transcend what some local departments have not, and to have that friendly face and that friendly interaction. Now, when something happens, I've been at MARTA stations, and even something may have happened and it may have not been to the level of criminal activity, but it may have been a patron fainting or someone tripping, you know, just something very, very small, but you always run to action. You always have a friendly face, and I just wanted to thank you for that. Now, a question that I want to know as someone that sits on the board for the Diversion Center, can we work to see if we can get use of the Diversion Center with the MARTA Police? I think it's a great tool, and I would love to see you all take advantage of it.
Absolutely. We just met with the staff a couple of months ago
Okay.
to get all the details. And they asked us to create a general order or an SOP.
Okay.
So we created that. So it's brand new to our officers. You know, we were using the PAD program for a while, and now we're going to transition to that. We do see a lot of mental health issues that we have to deal with, and sometimes that doesn't work out for the diversion center. So we're always looking for other alternatives for those individuals that need that kind of help. But I want to thank you too for recognizing the women and men, because they do work hard. And we kind of have a logo that Mr. Hunt and I talk about all the time. It's called Enforcement with Compassion. So that's what we try to do.
Well, I appreciate that. And like I said, I've witnessed the great work that you all do. I've witnessed the environment in which your officers display professionalism. They always, a lot of times they're stopped to, people ask them what route is this, and they're always kind and courteous. And I appreciate the work that you all do and the MARTA Police do, and MARTA in general. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to extend my thanks to the Chief for coming down, and I hope that this becomes a regular part of the report, you know, going forward. So definitely appreciate, you know, the work you're doing and coming down and sharing with us today. Commissioner Abdur-Rahman did address the one thing I wanted to address with the Chief, and that was relative to the diversion center. So I'm glad to hear that, you know, we've got a joint focus on that and trying to, you know, kind of increase, you know, kind of participation for situations that are right for that. I had some, I guess my other questions were not necessarily for the Chief, but for Mr. Hunt. Obviously, there have been a number of leadership changes at MARTA, and I think since the point of our last report. Could you highlight, you know, for the public, what those key changes are and what you as CEO expect those to do in terms of the expectations in terms of improved performance at MARTA?
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Yes, obviously myself, I'm a key leadership change announced by the board. We let go of two members of my C team. I let go of and replaced them with one member here, two, they both here, one. A new Deputy General Manager, Rhonda Allen, who is my right hand, 26 years of MARTA experience, Georgia Tech grad, outstanding transit advocate and professional, will help lead the charge. Larry Prescott, who is here, is our interim Chief Capital Officer, and our new Chief of Operations and Urban Planning, Paul Lopes, are the major changes that were announced. I trust my executive team immensely. I expect them to lead and put service on the front foot. We're moving to a customer-focused or a customer-centric mindset at MARTA, improving operational reliability, getting World Cup ready, delivering and advancing our capital programs while I'm in the interim role. Those are our key focus. We are laser focused on that, and we are going to accomplish those goals.
Thank you for that. On one of the slides that I've been focused on since maybe two predecessors back is the ridership slide, and been asking questions about that for some time. And obviously the trends there, kind of, are not great, compared to 2019. And as one of the main signatories to, kind of the MARTA contract, we're representing, Fulton taxpayers, right? And sales tax revenue from MARTA has grown from about $372 million in 2015 to $740 million roughly in 2025, if I look at the numbers correctly. So nearly doubled. And just in terms of magnitude of what that is, I mean, sales tax revenue, we at Fulton County receive about $25 million. So you're receiving, a lot of money. And you obviously, kind of heard or witnessed to some of the public comment and some of the demands that are and requests that are made by our citizens for services. And when I look at the ridership slide, and seeing going in the opposite direction, 44% decline in ridership and rail since 2019 and 33% on the bus side. And I look at the funding side, those two divergences are pretty wide. And so I guess one of the things that I'm curious about is there, you highlighted three things that you're focused on, the service and reliability and all that sort of stuff, and those are great. But kind of what is the yield? Do you all have a targeted stated figure for ridership for year-end 2025?
We do. We have ridership projections. We don't say, hey, we want to get to 5 million riders. We have projected ridership, which ties back to our budget and our budget projections. But since COVID, we had to drop like everybody else. We have been basically moving laterally. We've been flat. That's not acceptable. I've told our leadership team, I've shared with our board that ridership is going to be our guiding post, as well as customer service and sentiment of MARTA as our guiding posts in terms of our key performance indicators. I didn't go into all the items we're doing to address this. Safety and security is one of them. We have new rail cars that we're bringing on. Our rail car reliability in the oldest fleet in the United States is an issue. When our rail cars are breaking down, that reduces headways. When somebody has to wait instead of 15 minutes for a rail car to 20, 22 minutes, that's off-putting. We just received last week our second new rail car. When those rail cars are going through testing right now on our tracks. At night, when people don't have to interact, it doesn't impact customer service, but that is another one. We're moving very quickly into moving more maintenance of way and track service so that we don't take that brand new car and put it on poor old dirt road, poor tracks. So our state of good repair program, we've beefed up. These new service modes, we expect to have higher ridership there. And we're very excited about what it's attracting in terms of our newer customers and even in terms of our employees. We're getting younger, we're becoming more agile, and we're not staying static.
So you said there are targets or projections. Do you have what those are for 20?
I don't have all the projections off the top of my head, no.
Okay.
But we can bring those back to you and share those with all
If you
the
could share
commissioners.
those, that would be
Absolutely.
That would be helpful. And I guess sort of similar when we're looking at expansion projects. Have you all looked at, or do you have sort of within the expansion projects targeted increases in ridership associated
Yes, we have
with
ridership targets with all the expansion projects to receive funding internally or to apply for funding externally.
I think noting that on those,
We will share that
as
with
a
all the
line of sight
commissioners.
going forward and all these, when we're doing the updates on the capital projects would be helpful. And then on the fair collection, or what are we calling them?
AFC 2.0 or Better Breeze?
The stuff you noted that will be rolling online in April, right?
Yes.
So
We have a bus network redesign.
no, I'm talking about the automated fare collection.
Yes,
That's
yes.
what I'm talking about. Yeah.
In April.
AFC. On that, what's the cost of that overall project?
I believe it's north of 220 million total.
Okay.
So we're talking software, a head-end system, as well as all the fare gates throughout our system, as well as all of the payment methods on our BRT routes, ART routes, as well as all of our moving stock, buses,
Okay.
all
So-
being replaced.
So roughly $220 million expenditure. Walk me through some of the ROI measures on that in terms of anticipated revenue increase, maybe not necessarily ridership increase, but revenue increase, I would hope, or longer term operational costs. I'm just trying to understand kind of the payback on
Yeah,
this.
so right now with our current Breeze system, it is aged. The fare gates are prone to breaking down. We do have a contractor that we pay for maintenance and operation. That is a very large cost right now, and it's hard to get to all 38 stations, as well as cover all of our moving stock overnight if there's any damages there. So we're running a higher than normal cost to operate the current system. In terms of ridership data, the ridership data and with a system that's not working effectively isn't the best. So we plan on capturing better ridership data, getting more folks to pay, rather than seeing an open gate, regardless of what your socioeconomic status is. We've observed folks from CEOs down to a janitor just walking through that gate because it's open. That stops with new and better fare gates, as well as increased security, increased visibility of staff.
So that we said the installation begins in Q4.
The installation began in September.
Began in
this year.
September.
Yeah.
And is launching in April. When we say
Correct.
launching, we're talking about launching system-wide or launching in certain locations?
It's going to be a system-wide launch.
Okay.
We will capture a large number of our rail stations. We'll have World Cup coming up, so there will be a slowdown in construction generally. And then after World Cup, we're going to capture all of our moving stock. We're trying to minimize customer impact while delivering the most bang for the buck, or ROI.
So in terms of really seeing the impact of this, it won't be until
It's going to take a year post
late
installation.
2026 or
Early
into
2027.
early 2027. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ivory.
I'll be really quick. I just wanted to say good luck to you. I know you're stepping into a time when MARTA has a lot of challenges, and it's never easy to be the leader, both on the financial constraints and as well as just, coming into something that has been highly publicized in media. I wanted to wish you the best of luck and ask you also to please just let the people know what's going on. I live in Grant Park, right near that Summer Hill, and a lot of folks just feel like they don't necessarily know what's going on. Not everybody goes to the neighborhood meetings, right? So you may be always talking to the same 15, 20, 30 people that go to the neighborhood meetings. It might be really good to just talk to the folks when you get a chance to be in the larger media circles. Plainly, simply, what is going on, and that is what I have heard from a lot of my constituents. So, while we fully support you and want to see you, strive, and for MARTA to do things we've been waiting for decades for it to do, I just really implore you to speak plain English to the folks that are out there, so that if you have to do something drastic, let's say, raise more money or impose something that is needed to move something forward, they'll understand why you're doing it. I think that's the most effective way. And in government, we don't do that. We don't tell the people what it is straight, the truth about what is going on. And I just really implore you to please try to do that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. On Summerhill, I personally, within the first week, walked that entire alignment, met with business owners, got some disagreements resolved between us and our construction staff. I completely agree with you, and we are moving to a greater level of
Great, and maybe
transparency.
before it goes live, you come to the district. I'd love to partner with you to do some sort of community event that doesn't just speak to just the leaders we know of in that neighborhood, but to all neighbors, so that they will know what's going on in Peoplestown, Grand Park, Summerhill, all of those areas.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'd love to do that.
We
Thank you.
welcome that. Thank
Good
you,
luck to
Commissioner.
All right, other questions or comments?
Thank you for your
Thank you.
time today.
Continue, Madam. Actually, are we ready with the Zoom speakers?
Chairman. Next person to speak is Chris Hayden. Chris Hayden,
Hello.
please unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. I am Chris Hayden from Fulton County. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. These are the facts. Twice last month, a judge ruled that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners shall appoint Julie Adams and Jason Frazier to the Board of Registrations and Elections. In the court, the word shall has also been defined as must. Last month, I brought up the issue of where is the money coming from to pay for these court proceedings. Which budget item will be hit the hardest? Hello?
Yes, continue.
Okay. In the last month, I brought up the issue, where's money coming from in these court proceedings? Which budget item will be hit the hardest? In a recent article in the Appin, Alpharetta, Roswell Herald, and other budget items were discussed. And I quote the newspaper. Ivory said the inconsistent support for other commissioners delayed funding for the arts community. Despite the amendment to allow potential jail funding and budget soundings, Ivory said it ties the commission's hands if urgent needs arise in other departments, like unnecessary court costs. In a related matter, Arrington, Barrett, and Ivory sponsored a measure to increase the magistrate court's budget to $178,000. Ivory said she reduced the funding request for the magistrate court by around $100,000 after speaking with County Manager Dick Williams and CFO Sharon Whitmore. End quote. I'll ask again, where is this money coming from to cover these court costs? Which arts programs will be impacted? Which necessary jail project will not be funded? Please appoint Julie Adams and Jason Frazier to the Board of Registrations and Elections. Thank you.
Next person to speak, Matt Roenzak. Matt Roenzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. There are several items on the agenda today related to the Registration and Elections Department. I would really, for those of you that are on the board that are genuinely interested in making sure that taxpayer funds are properly and efficiently spent responsibly, to look at these items a little bit more closer. You have public comment that comes before you just about every single meeting, right? Requesting for funds. I've seen the Board of Equalization, those volunteers asking for a slight raise just to be competitive with neighboring counties. Yet that hasn't been approved. And $600,000 this morning for the courts. Yet you have a department that seems to be off limits when it comes to looking at the efficiency and the responsibility of their spending. I'll give you an example. Almost $500,000 is being requested this morning for vehicles for this fall election. That's one election. Secondly, there are items that are on here, including to go into effect of August 1st. If I'm correct, today's date is October 1st. There's another item on here about overtime spending. I personally know several people that have worked prior elections that have been denied, that have wanted to work, and other people that were current workers that were not allowed to work again. Yet we're asking for overtime pay. So there is a clear and a trend here of overspending of taxpayer money, and it needs to be looked at once and for all. Thank you.
Commissioners, in the Zoom comments.
All right, thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 6, County Manager's renewal items under Health and Human Services, 250738, Public Works. Request approval to renew existing contracts in an amount not to exceed $254,500 to provide soft dig services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250739, Senior Services. Request approval to renew existing contracts in an amount not to exceed $3,134,178 with common courtesy to provide transportation services, ride sharing for eligible Fulton County residents age 60 and above.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Ivory, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just wanted to clarify a couple of questions on rider count, if that is okay, Mr. County Manager. This proposal allows for 8 rides per month. And to be clear, that means 8 one-way trips, essentially 4 round trips per month. Is that correct? Okay, Dr. Rochelle.
Yes, Commissioner Ivory, thank you for the question. Ladisa Onilagu is the department director. We do have a short presentation that we would like to provide today, and we think that will answer all of your questions.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner Arrington, do you want to see the presentation first, or?
I'll wait for the presentation.
Okay.
If we could have the senior services presentation, please. So today, the Department of Senior Services will provide an update on the success that we have seen in this program, which is a very popular program throughout the county. We will provide information on ridership, as well as how we are continuing to look at ways to sustain the program and improve the operational model. So I'll turn it over to the department director.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Good morning. Ladisa Onilagu, Director, Department of Senior Services. And joining me is our Deputy Director, Dr. Quayla Rashid Henry and Raphael Patterson. So we're going to share the success story, not for Fulton County government, but the success of the senior rider. Next slide. Senior transportation is one of our most popular, impactful programs. Out of the top programs inquired about through our star line every single month, Senior Services tops that. Next slide. We wanted to share the face of a few senior riders, and this slide gives one of so many quotes and comments that our department tracks and receives. And I think the words speak for themselves. Yes, sir. And I'll read this quote from Carrie Spratling. As we have gotten up in age, Fulton County and TransDev have helped my whole family with our transportation needs, and we could not make it without them. Next slide. As I stated earlier, senior transportation is the top requested service that comes through our star line, and it is a supportive service that supports aging in place. Over 186,000 trips have been taken by seniors this year. Our services take seniors to their doctors, dialysis, grocery stores, and senior centers. An average of 3,200 seniors use this service every month. Next slide. This is another quote from Vanessa Alexander, who's a common courtesy rider who loves Uber, who shares that it has become unsafe for her to drive on her own, and this program helps her to still get out and about in the community and to important appointments. Next slide. Next slide. So now that you've seen the face of just a few seniors and heard the comments, this is the data to support why they're successful in aging in place through our transportation program. For Common Courtesy, they are a transportation network company that helps us to provide Uber and Lyft services to seniors. We're meeting the demand with no wait list. An average of 2,300 riders use this service monthly. Note that over 6,000 seniors are registered and can schedule trips. The average monthly trips taken is 11,368. Riders are permitted to schedule up to 8 one-way trips each month. The average monthly trips taken is only 5. And based on last year's recommendation to the board and you approved it, we're able to provide an additional 2 one-way trips to support medical appointments. It's important to note that Fulton County is a leader in this alternative and innovative mode of transportation, and other counties in our region are following after our example. Next slide. TransDev is the second contractor and the second type of transportation. It's to support primarily neighborhood senior center trips and demand response. So on average, a little over 700 riders use this service, and we provide 11,900 demand response trips through the TransDev contract, 95,189 total fixed route trips and fixed route to and from our neighborhood senior centers have been provided to date. We also received your approval, commissioners, to implement a pilot through USERV, which is a subcontract of TransDev, to support demand response, and we've provided 212 since August. Next slide. Next slide. Our outlook is that we have a desire to sustain this very important service. We know that the Fulton County Transportation Program meets seniors at their point of need. We currently have a solicitation out right now to engage with a consultant to give us the landscape of transportation, not just in Fulton County, our region, but to let us know what better models exist. And then we'll take that feedback and roll into the design of the transportation RFPs that will be issued next year, because both of these contracts have one final renewal, which will end December 2026. We know that our seniors have more stories to tell. We look forward to playing a supporting role to their success. And that concludes today's presentation. We're available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Commissioner Ivory can finish because I know she had asked a question.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Arrington and Mr. Chairman. So I just want, you did answer my first question, which it is 8 one-way rides for full round-trip rides per month, correct? Okay, and so in the presentation materials, you reported an average use of 4 to 5 rides per month. I just want to clarify specifically, is that based, there's 3 measures. Is it based on all eligible seniors, enrolled seniors, or enrolled seniors using the service?
Could you ask the first part of your question one more
Sure.
time, Commissioner?
You reported an average use is 4 to 5 rides per month?
Yes, ma'am.
And I just wanted to know, is that all eligible, enrolled, or enrolled and actually using the service?
These are registered seniors, so they are eligible. They are currently enrolled in the Common Courtesy Program, and these are seniors who are scheduling trips to use each month.
So it is eligible, enrolled, and actually using?
That is correct.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. What would the estimated monthly cost be if seniors were allowed the former 8 round trips per month cost? That was what was happening prior?
It was happening prior. I can get that information and provide to you, Commissioner. We have that data based on the cost to administer the program.
Okay.
So we can get that data to you.
Okay, wonderful. given that transportation period.
Commissioner, may I go back to that as well?
Please.
Seniors used to be permitted to schedule 16 one-way trips. The average taken at that time was 8. So we're going to provide that information to you based on the utility of the program. So even though they were allowed to take 16 one-way trips, they were not scheduling up to that point.
Okay.
The board approved for us to implement a spending control to allow seniors to take up to 8 total trips. And we're seeing, and what we've presented is that they are actually scheduling 5 one-way
4 to
trips.
5. Okay, wonderful. So then are you deducing that the current ride allotment is sufficient to meet the real needs then?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. I think I heard you say something about they can get maybe 2 extra one-way trips for medical, so it's really 10, not 8. Is that correct?
That is allowable, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think these numbers are good, and I don't know what. I'd love to continue to get some type of update on these numbers so we can continue to measure and determine whether it needs to increase or decrease. And I'm glad to hear about the RFP going out to help plan with this. I don't know if it makes sense or not. We just had a great presentation from MARTA and what they're doing. You know, maybe we might be able to use some of their services and they might be able to use some of ours. So maybe as we're talking to that transportation person, they can include or have conversations with MARTA. It sounds like y'all have something to say about MARTA already, though.
We do.
Yes, sir. We have a meeting with MARTA on Friday to introduce, just tell them about our services and try to see how we could incorporate their vision.
Okay, yeah, because you know, they're transporting a lot of seniors as well, and maybe some of our burden can be pushed off on them, and maybe they're pushing some off on us. But it's either way, it's mutually beneficial for our seniors. So
yes, sir.
Thank you,
Commissioner Thorne.
I was going to ask the very same thing if we worked with MARTA Mobility with our seniors as well. Over the summer, I visited Senior Services North Fulton, and they have a ridership program as well. Do we work with them? I know they operate all the way down into Atlanta as well. So I didn't know if our seniors are aware or they use both, or if they exceed their amount, do we refer them to
I'll
get
have
help?
Raphael come up and talk a little bit about the North Fulton transportation program, which is different from ours, but they are an approved contractor for our aging services contract.
Sure. I believe their program is called TOPS. We don't work with them directly because that's part of their senior services North Fulton branch, but they do utilize our TransDev vendor to provide services to the senior centers in their area, in their catchment.
I know they operate facilities in Atlanta as well.
They do.
So do they
utilize
coordinate with
TransDev.
TransDev as well? Okay. Yeah, even if there was an informational piece about senior mobility, here are some options, here's how MARTA can help you, here's how, I don't know if Senior Services South Fulton also operates a transportation program as well, but just kind of informing the seniors so they have options that they're aware of if we can't help them.
So that's what we do through our Star Line. So any senior that calls needing transportation needs, we provide them with a list of resources. Our program, MARTA Mobility, anything that we can offer a senior, any kind of referral source.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple questions. You talked about the average of 8 rides before we made the cut, and that was sort of based how the decision was made to go down to 8. But it looks like, unless I'm misunderstanding the data, that the demand is, and you did say 5 average now instead of 8 average now. So I'm just wondering what you attribute the decline to.
We don't have an answer to that right now, Commissioner. We can explore further. When the changes did occur, we informed our ridership. So we can look into that and follow up with you. I don't have an answer for why seniors are choosing, and it just could be based on their review of how they previously used it, understanding what's allowable to them, and then just making the decisions to schedule trips based on their greatest priority of appointments and needs.
I was also just curious, I mean, I see that we have 282 who have used the additional, so those people have gotten up to their 8 and then asked for 2 additional. Are there other people that are reaching 8? About how many do we have that are, you know, using the full 8 every month, or some months, I guess?
We can break that number down for you and let you know how many, because of course we presented an average, right. So we can give that information to you in a memo to the entire board.
Yeah, I'm wondering only because for those folks that do want more rides and need more rides, if the average has gone down, there might be some way to offer more, again, creep it back up a little to accommodate those folks who do need the additional rides, and really just exploratory question, not, you know.
Understood.
Depends on obviously how many people, and you'd have to math that all out, I guess, to
Yes.
figure that out. Yeah.
Yes, understood.
The other question I had was more about the, you know, research you're talking about doing into what's next in this environment. I think, as your presentation shows, overall, I think these services are really, really appreciated by the seniors, and really good. So this is not a criticism really at all. But the only thing I have heard any negativity, if that's even the right word, about is the getting registered part. The confusion a little bit on having to choose TransDev over Common Courtesy, and understanding the differences, and the scheduling of rides. And again, not horrible, and it's just anecdotal. You know, it's not like hundreds of people have called me, but I have heard it from a few people here and there, in particular at the Senior Services Summit that you put on, Commissioner. And so I'm just wondering, when you're looking into what's next, if we're also looking into sort of improvements on the booking side.
Yes, Commissioner Barrett, you did ask the question last year about a workflow and a mapping, and we provided some preliminary information just on the steps, but what we can do based on your comment is just make sure we are clear in that education, determining where we can be more visible in communicating that to different types of readers of information, or those that are listening, calling our star line. So we'll take that into account and make sure that the entry point, of course, is Starline, but then understanding the 2 different types of programs, what eligibility means, and then how we can get the seniors into the services.
I think I ask this every year too, but every time I look at the 60-year age limit, I see how much closer I'm creeping to 60 every time. I'll be 59 soon, so I also, I think, brought this up. I don't remember if I spoke to you or Dr. Rochelle about this, but when we brought the user pilot online, I just looked up the company, and it seemed like they were doing some really interesting things from a technology perspective. Yeah. They had an app and all of that. And when I think about myself in another year and a half or whatever it is, I want to use an app to book something. And I think that with every passing year, we're going to have more and more people who qualify, who are more technologically adept. And pretty much everybody has a phone these days. So I'm just sort of asking that as you look into whatever's next. I think those needs are going to become more and more important.
Yes, since last year, our department has worked with IT to explore platforms that we can use to track our own data, but then how some of those platforms can be accessible to senior riders too. We're very close to implementing a system for our internal use. And as the new RFP is developed, we can take these recommendations, and it will probably come from the consultant too, if that goes forward, to consider the advances in technology and how we can serve different older adults that are entering into our demographic.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Harrington?
When do we anticipate, if you know, the RFPs to come out in 2026?
So we just had the pre-bid conference today for the transportation consultant. It closes October 15th. And then our goal is to present to the board by the end of the year. I'm just talking this out loud. Ideally, transportation takes some time. Our chief purchasing agent and Dr. Rochelle there, I'll yield just to get some feedback from my boss, Dr. Rochelle.
Commissioner Arrington, Ladisa did lay out the steps. We anticipate an RFP in the first quarter because of some of the challenges we've experienced in the past with the interest. So as soon as we can get an RFP on the ground in partnership with purchasing, before the end of the first quarter is our goal.
How often or when is the last time that we surveyed the seniors about the transportation services or TransDev and Common Cause?
We survey quarterly for current users to gauge their satisfaction, how the services are impacting them. A county-wide general survey about transportation was issued in 2018 or 2019, and our department is developing a new survey instrument to gauge any changes in the transportation needs of seniors in Fulton County.
Okay, thank you. I obviously I assume that you know, and the transportation consultant will be using those quarterly survey results of the active users to help drive whatever models or plans that they may be coming up with for the RFP. I think Commissioner Barrett's point is very well taken. You know, I just pulled up senior transportation on Uber, Lyft, and, you know, the Starline program is awesome, right? I love it. But it seems to me that there may be some efficiencies in that. That means we have to have somebody there to answer that phone. And somebody ought to just be able to go online and click and book the Common Cause Uber or Lyft, right? Imagine if that capability was readily accessible, how many of those calls could be reduced to the Starline, freeing those people up for to provide other services, right? And so I think we've got to, you know, look forward, right? We got to look forward but it's not even really looking forward, right? It's present day. There's virtually not anything you can't do in the world online by going online and booking it, right? Now, obviously, our seniors, some of them are not as familiar with going online and booking. And I'm not saying decrease the Starline or the people that are answering Starline, but certainly there's no reason that IT can't help make this process of registering for a ride more smoother and have it right there on the Fulton site where it says senior transportation. There should be a big link that's, you know, says click here to book now, right? So let's make sure we are working towards that as well.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, sir. We certainly will look at that. Some of the reason that the department has not moved totally to an app platform, we're needing to figure out how to control for just the residents who are eligible. And so we need to work through that. And then at the initiation of the service, as Mr. Patterson said, we do like to do the full assessment so that we can determine whether they're eligible for veterans rides, for Medicaid, for MARTA, but we certainly do hear you on the efficiency side, and we will be speaking with the consultant about platforms that will allow us to maintain control for eligible users and improve efficiency. So thank you for that.
So that goes back to my bigger point, Mr. CIO, of being able to track Fulton County residents and their interactions, right? And so if we know that it ought to be very easy to upload a database of eligible participants or to track whether they're eligible in a database, right? Like Airtable or something like that, right? And so that should not really be a barrier, right? It should be very simple to either have some type of hashtag that tracks with a person's name and or tracks with, either an eligibility column or something. So, so that can be made more accessible, right? It might not necessarily be, maybe it is an external app, but it might be something that we can do internally. And it's Uber and Lyft, right? I mean, the app's already there, right? But that might be something they need to do. We might need to that might need to be part of this contract, or this RFP when it goes out, that they need to make that available to us, right? They're getting, they're getting a lot of money, and they ought to be able, they're technology companies. They ought to be able to help us do that. That could be that ought to be a phone call away.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll certainly look into it and look forward to bringing back the recommendations from the consultant. I did want to reiterate on the point of looking at the need for additional rides. We currently do not have a wait list, and we have not had to turn away any seniors needing the additional medical trips.
All right, Commissioner Ivory.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Thank you, Commissioner Barrett, for these questions. I think we're all thinking on the same line. And thank you, Dr. Rochelle, for your attention to this matter. And I was thinking, so my father, who suffers from dementia, who's 84 years old and lives in South Fulton, has not been able to, get it, understand and how to do the Uber app and all that, nor is my stepmother, who is also of 80 plus age, able to figure out how to do that to get to my house. So the default is I always call Uber for them and they come to my house. It would be a great idea one day to think about being able to designate a person that can call the rides for, under this program, that could call the rides for the senior or for the seniors that live together and could utilize this program as a designee. And because I can't do it on my Uber app, right? I don't have the capability of doing that. And so that might just be something that would enhance the program. And I just actually thought about that while I was sitting here. It wasn't even the reason why I came into the queue, but I think that that would also be a way to enhance the program a bit for seniors who are just not able to call those rides for themselves and maybe want to designate a child or something like that to call for them. What I can already.
We actually, that's what Common Courtesy does. So we contract with them, and their TLCs, their staff schedule the rides, they book them, they track where the senior goes. So they're actually managing that process for the senior. Seniors that do not require a monitor and can safely ride in the vehicle to and from their destination.
Okay, so I just don't think a lot of seniors know about that. There needs to be a more awareness about it. And I think that when we ask the question, what happened between it going from 8 rides down to 4 to 5 rides, I think that's a matter of messaging and communication, because the message was very loud when it went down from 16 to 8. Right? And when I visited all of my senior centers, all that I heard was, well, you all took the Uber rides away. You all took the Uber rides away. And so that perception might have affected behavior in using the rides, which is maybe why we see a drop from 8 to 4 to 5. So maybe we could spend a little bit of time making a new message that says, use your rides. We have them available. We're not using the full amount of funding, and we don't have a wait list anymore. Join now again. We want you back. Something like that that lets them know that the money is actually there, because it's real loud when the money isn't there, but then people don't use the services when the money is there. So maybe it's sort of a reverse messaging, and we can let them know. I certainly will, and I will tell all of my seniors, but I think it might be a great thing to come from the top, a message through that senior network where everybody can get it, that we have these 3 to 4 extra rides available, no wait list. Please make sure you come utilize this service. There's nothing wrong with us actually advertising that we do something instead of talking about what we can't do.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdur Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Rochelle, thank you for letting us know that there's no wait list. I can remember a time when we had a wait list that was ridiculously long, and my office would get several calls about it. And so to me, that speaks to the great work that you all are doing, because the fact that we don't have a wait list, I remember when we revisited this before, and we were talking about what other community partners, whether it was churches or other organizations that were offering rides. And we were at one time looking at maybe a database when they used all their rides that we could refer them to someone else. So I want us to revisit that as well, Dr. Rochelle, because we know in this, especially in this climate, where money is getting cut, you know, at some point, we're going to have to divert money in certain departments to other departments because they're not going to receive the federal funding. We know that we have a government shutdown. And so I want to, first of all, thank you all for the great job that you all are doing. Because I remember when we had the issue of individuals not being all computer savvy and was needing to talk to a physical person. See, the thing about this, the beauty about this, when you've sat here for 5 years and you deal with the seniors, and like my office, the Mighty Six, that's not to say that everybody else does it, but when your office becomes a satellite almost center for the calls that come in, then we know what you all are working on. We know what you all have been dealing with. And so thank you for making sure that communication issue that we had at one time has cleared up greatly. And then we need to make sure that they know what rides they can take. Because some of them can't go from one area all the way to another area. It's not in the parameters, and we talked about that before in educating them. Because just like anything else, all of our seniors are not computer savvy. And sometimes our seniors need to talk to a live person, which they do with this program. And so thank you for the great work that I've seen in 5 years of being down here, from where it seems like we were really behind the 8 ball trying to deliver the service and answer and critique the needs at the same time. And so we're not perfect. And we're not where we want to be, but Lord knows we are not where we was 5 years ago. So thank you for that. Secondly, I want to say this. Let's continue, and Dr. Rochelle, I'll get with you because I know this is something that you and I have talked about. Let's continue to partner with other organizations and other providers that would be willing to offer those rides. It is a situation where we can just not necessarily hand off because it would be a liability issue, but it's nothing to say, okay, well, I see you have exhausted all of your rides this month. However, we know that so-and-so offers this service as well. And give them the information. County manager, you know, we talked about this a couple of years ago. So I do want, Ladisa, for us to revisit that and make that a reality, because government can't do it all by itself. I wish it could, but it can't. And so let's see who we can partner with and see how we can make and streamline it a little better for the organizations that can and will and maybe can stand in the gap. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We'll look into that again.
All right. Any other comments? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250740, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $7,625,171.58 with TransDev to provide transportation services for senior services and behavioral health programs.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250741, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $2,725,884.69 to provide congregate home-delivered meals, nutrition education counseling for Fulton County residents age 60 and above.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the
Thank you,
floor.
Chairman. I just wanted to ask, this is such a vital program. County Manager, or maybe Dr. Rochelle, are we good? Because we know down the road there's going to be some funding issues in the county, not necessarily what we're dealing with, but I just want us to, like the county manager always said, be ahead of what could possibly happen. So I just want to make sure, because this is a very good program. I know a lot of the people that receive this service, so I just wanted to make sure, county manager, that we're good.
Yes, ma'am, we are good. The element of this program that's funded federally, we have no indications that that funding is in jeopardy. We are, of course, monitoring all of our federal funding with the help of our External Affairs Department. This fund comes through the state to the Atlanta Regional Commission, and I have not received any indication. Just want to check in with the senior services team that we have not received any indicators that there's any disruption.
That's correct, Dr. Rochelle. Atlanta Regional Commission did send a notice before yesterday's deadline, just indicating business as usual. They will keep us informed. Of course, these are new developments, but nothing has changed as of today's meeting.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. Yes. I guess I have a similar question to the transportation. How often are we surveying seniors about, or the recipients about these meals and the quality of the meals? Is that done quarterly as well?
The surveys, yes, we do. Our quality assurance team surveys participants receiving meals through the Neighborhood Senior Center Congregate Dining Program and home-delivered meals as well. So we do have that information if you're interested.
Yeah, if you could share that with me or us, I think that would be helpful. Do you know any of the trends, the general satisfaction? 50% satisfaction, 80, 90% satisfaction? What are we talking about?
97? 90% or better.
Okay.
We have the report. I don't have the number off top, but 90% or better for satisfaction levels.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just because I think it'd be good for the public to know, can you just go over the kind of numbers of meals served and all of that?
Yes, Commissioner. Meals served to date, 68,000 meals, and that's from January to now. The average number of meals served through the comprehensive nutrition program, this is home delivered meals, it's 489 seniors monthly. We continue to admit seniors discharged based on no longer needing it, moved, whatnot. And yeah, those are the basic
And there's
numbers.
no, like everybody who's wanting to be a part of this is able to be a part of it, or are there people on the wait list for this?
There is a wait list, and that's standard because of the process that all counties under the Atlanta Regional Commission follow. So we vet seniors through the ARC. They're assessed, and then based on their level of need, they're placed on either a tier 1, highest level of need, or a tier 2 wait list. And then once our provider can put them into service, we'll pull them from the tier one wait list first and then move to tier 2. So there's constantly a rolling wait list because of just the structure of the program.
Do we know about how many people are on that at any given time?
We do. I don't have that number. I can get that number for you.
No worries.
I normally have it. We can get it within 5 minutes, but yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, the motion is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 7, 250742, request approval to renew an existing contract in the total amount of $4,363,792.43 to provide aging services for Fulton County seniors age 60 and above.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Thank you. You know, my question is always about equity, and I'm just curious as to why 4.3 million in North Fulton and 1.7 in South Fulton. If you could explain that for the viewing public.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. The total contract cost is $4.36 million. Senior Services, based on their proposal and approved amount from the commissioner, is allocated $1.8 million. South Fulton is allocated about $1.5 million, and Visiting Nurse Health Systems receives $1.1 million out of this contract. So it's based on their response to the proposal that Fulton County issued and what they shared with the county that they can do at the cost.
Okay, yeah, that's my fault. I read that wrong. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Thorne? You're good. All right, let's vote, please. The motion is to adopt.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250743, request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount not to exceed $494,975 to provide professional burial services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250744, request approval to renew an existing contract for therapeutic pool maintenance services in an amount not to exceed $228,924.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Vice Chair Ellis, you have the floor.
On the performance measures for this contract, I know it wasn't necessarily done the way we sort of surveyed for it. I was kind of surprised to look at some of the results given some of the discussions we've had related to pools and seniors. I think it would be good to start to track days out of service. Because I looked at kind of the satisfaction result and what I think are kind of days out of service. There may be sort of a, divergence on that in the way that our participants may view sort of the quality, how much of that relates to the vendor versus other issues. But I think that would be a good measure for us to start to track. Is that a feasible thing we could do?
It absolutely is, and we're
Okay.
doing it. We
Okay.
developed a pool journal log that we've been tracking since the beginning of this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any data to kind of share on that? You could, you don't have to do it right now, but if you have it, I'd be interested in seeing that.
We will include that.
Okay. And then in terms of, were there any thoughts on rebidding this contract?
There were, Joe?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Because this is the last year on this in terms of available renewals, the intent is for Dream to assume administrative responsibility for this contract moving forward, whereas we have the expertise or the mechanical expertise to, in our opinion, more effectively manage this. But it is our intention to actually bid this out. And we don't know over time. It's always been United Pools,
Right.
but we may get another vendor. But I think lending our expertise to the oversight of this will help this problem moving forward.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
All right, motion is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. County manager's items under open and responsible government. 250745, finance, presentation, review, and approval of the October 1st, 2025 budget soundings and resolution.
Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item that's before the board today includes one funding item. It's the transfer of $1.7 million from non-agency to the Department of Arts and Culture to fund the balance requested for contracts for services for this year.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250746, registration and elections. Request approval of an amendment to the existing annual maintenance listing software and hardware service contracts and approval of $343,222.68.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
I don't know if you have anything you want to speak into it or just here to answer questions.
Good afternoon. I'm just here to answer questions.
Okay. With this licensing at an amount of $343,000, do we have to do licensing for all our equipment every year, or can we on off years save money by maybe only doing the equipment we're using?
Yeah, so we've reduced our warranties with the equipment. It's not required on all of them. We've already went through this contract, changed the dates to make sure it aligned with our elections budget, and reduced the warranties that we have coverage for roughly $500,000. So there is a reduction already in place.
And I just want to point out for the public, even though we get this equipment from the Secretary of State, it's the county's responsibility for this ongoing licensing every single year. And we do not get help from, it's kind of an unfunded mandate by the legislature.
All right, Commissioner Ivory.
Thank you so much for being here, Mrs. Williams. From your perspective, does outsourcing to this vendor create any risk or challenges for your staff or for voters?
We're not permitted to outsource the elections equipment. We have to use what's mandated by the Secretary of State. And any repairs that occur, we ship it to them. If they're, or we'll replace it. It's cheaper to actually replace than repair, and they don't break often, so we realize we do not need the warranty.
Okay, I'm just saying, is this contract with is it pronounced No Inc.?
I'm sorry, are we on 0746? Am I looking at the wrong
I
agenda
am so
item?
sorry. I am asking you questions
Okay.
about one that's coming up.
No
I'll
problem.
hold on that. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 8, 250747, request approval of a statewide contract in the amount of $125,000 to provide printing services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
It was brought up in public comment that this was effective August 1st through December, so I'm just wanting to know if you can explain why it's dated August 1st and
Yeah,
not
so
October.
the dates that we listed match the statewide contract, so that's why it says August 1st. And the contract was not available until late August, but we started the process August 1st to get this in Legistar.
All right, motion is to adopt. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250748, request approval of a statewide contract in the amount not to exceed $480,214.68 for the rental of box trucks, passenger vehicles, and cargo vans.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Thank you. There was a comment about this item earlier during public comment. This is an up to amount, correct?
We spend that amount of money on rentals, but we have reached out to Dream, who is drafting a lease agreement with Enterprise, and we are part of that agreement. So going forward in 2026, if that is approved, we'll be saving roughly over $300,000 a year to be on a lease plan compared to a rental plan.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, motion. I'm sorry, Commissioner Thorne.
Piggyback on that question. It says 126 vehicles. how many, like, who drives these vehicles? Because we don't have 126 employees. Is it for temp workers or?
I believe the summary is for the amount of usage that we have for the vehicles. We rent over 20 box trucks, 40 sedans, cargo vans. So there is a list that for every election, we have a slot of how many vehicles we have to rent.
But we don't have 126 people driving
We
at one
have
time.
over 40 couriers in our staff.
40,
Yes.
40 couriers and 126 cars.
Plus, we have the couriers, we have the techs that have to go out in vehicles. We have border education that goes out in vehicles. So there is a good number of temps that drive these cars.
Okay, thank you.
All right, motion is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250749, request approval of a statewide contract in amount of $427,836.60 to adhere to Secretary of State mandated mail for no general election mail notices.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Ivory, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Now I'm on the right one. Okay, and so again, from your perspective, does this create any challenges for your staff or for voters with this contract?
No, we prefer so the state contracts with No Ink to print notices and mailouts. And so it's cheaper to go through their vendor because we don't pay for the printing costs. We just pay for the postage, and it's a reduced rate compared to the United States Post regular rate.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Help me out here. It says state mandated to adhere to the Secretary of State mandated mail for no general election mail notices.
Right. So when voters have not participated in 2 general elections, they are sent a notice automatically to see if they're going to be placed in active or canceled status. So we have mailouts that have to go out. If there's a precinct change, we have to mail out a card. If a voter changes their address and they update their information, we have to send them out a card. So there's mandated notices that have to go out throughout the year.
And this is the no general election notice, so that happens after someone misses 2 general elections in
Yes,
a
so
row?
if you haven't voted in 2 presidential elections, eventually you're going to be on the list to see if you're going to be removed or placed in inactive status.
Okay, and is there a no primary election mail notice?
No, there's not. But there's, like I said, there's various notices that go out, whether it's you move to another county, you moved out of state, all those things get populated to send out notices to voters.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne.
Has No Ink always been the provider of sending out the notices?
No, No Ink is a poll pad vendor, but they also now are the printing vendor. They have not always been the printing vendor.
Did we
no.
use somebody that the state, have we always used somebody that the state recommended, or is this new, using No Ink?
We use statewide contractors. We use vendors that are on the county registered list, but it's cheaper right now through the statewide contract.
Okay.
All right, let's vote. Motion is to approve.
And the vote is open. And motion passes unanimously. 250750, request approval of an intergovernmental agreement to conduct special elections.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250751, request approval to increase spending authority for temporary staffing services in the amount of $180,000.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
I just had a quick question. Are we going to have to increase funding for staffing HD 35 race on November 18th as well? Are you going to come back for that?
Yes, so we do need additional funds. For the 2025 calendar year, there were 4 elections. So far, 3 to date that have been called. Well, there's 2 elections that were called, One already had a runoff. There's another one on November 18th that could possibly have a runoff. So those are 4 elections that were not part of our elections budget that we do have to staff and get funding for.
It just seems kind of crazy to have them the beginning of November, the middle of November. It seems like legislative-wise, they could have just moved this to the general November election or the municipal election. Maybe we can put that on our legislative agenda to limit the number of election dates per year.
All right, the motion is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 9, 250752, Information Technology. Request approval to increase spending authority for Fulton PC Refresh Enterprise Workstation in an amount not to exceed $850,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250753, Public Works. Request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing in the amount not to exceed $249,160 for the purchase and delivery of 1 Caterpillar excavator.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250754, request approval of a resolution that will authorize an increase of 5% to the water and sewer rate increase for each of the next 2 years, to make the necessary increases to the water and sewer fee schedule, to approve modifications to the water connection fees for North Fulton, to provide for an effective date and for other purposes which are necessary to complete the projects included in 2025 Water Master Plan and Public Works Capital Improvement Program.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Ivory.
I just wanted to confirm with our county manager that this is an increase in the water and sewer millage rate.
It's not a millage rate, but it's the rate of charges to our end users.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, motion to adopt by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, let's, it's 12:47. Why don't we recess for lunch and executive session here? Entertain a motion to do so. Lunch and executive session where we may discuss items of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, items from executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation in items 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the executive session agenda?
There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
No further items from executive session.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just
Why
wanted
do you
to.
seek recognition?
Yeah, I seek recognition.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Point of personal privilege.
Okay, I wanted to just take a moment of personal privilege to congratulate my Deputy Chief of Staff, Audrey Malouf, who passed the Georgia Bar exam just about a week ago, and I'm very proud of her, having been her professor at Georgia State University School of Law, hiring her into my office, and now being able to participate in swearing her into the Bar of Georgia. So congratulations, Audrey. We are immensely proud of you.
Thank you. Which one is it? Which one? Which one?
Yes.
You point.
Stand up for a
Yeah.
second. Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know she was, yeah. All right.
Thank you.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Commissioners' action items on page 10. 250722, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 101, Article 2, Division 2, Rules of Order and Procedure of the Fulton County Code of Ordinances and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that we spoke about this already when it came up at the last meeting, and I know that you likely have your 4 votes to get this passed right now, but I did want to make some comments about it. So there's a reason that a motion to file is not included in Robert's rules, and that's because as it is written here, and apparently as it is often used by other governing bodies, because we are not the only one, it is a way to dispose of an item without debate, which is essentially taking away the right of anyone in the minority or an individual to even put their views on the record. And this is in contradiction to one of Robert's Rules of Order's central principles, which is the right of the minority to be heard, but the right of the majority to decide. So the introduction of Robert's Rules lays out a few principles at the very beginning, and one of them is that all members have equal rights, privileges, and obligations. The next is that the minority has rights that must be protected, and then that the majority has the right to decide, and others. In practice, this motion, and I've used this motion too, so I'm criticizing myself too when I say this, but in practice, this motion is used though so that commissioners do not have to be on the record on an issue they would rather not weigh in on. It's disrespectful to the commissioner who brought the item, and frankly, it's a demeaning tactic and a bullying tactic, or it certainly can be used that way. And it's a bit cowardly. If there's something you don't agree with, and again, myself included, something we don't agree with, then we can vote no, or if we don't want to be on the record, we can not vote. We have both of those options. So I can't support this change to the rules because I actually believe it infringes on our fundamental right as elected members of this board and the rights of our citizens in our districts to have our ideas considered by this body. I also can't support this as written because I believe it puts an undue burden on the clerk to the commission to decide what is the same and how long is long enough before something can be brought back. So if we were going to move forward with this, it's my opinion that we should more clearly define exactly what same means, because if I change a word or 2 or 3, can it be brought back? That becomes then up to the clerk, and that's not really fair to do that to her. And on the the addition of the commissioner who presented the item shall not present the same item sort of sets us up for situations where a commissioner in the minority has their item filed, and then a commissioner in the majority brings that item back, and it's exactly the same, but they're not forbidden from doing that. In any case, I think there's a lot of holes in the way it's written, and I think we're better off using the Roberts rules that are already in place that give us effectively the same ability. On the motion to deny part of it, I think my issue here is not that there's anything wrong with how it's written per se, but that it's a rule being written to solve a problem on another rule that we follow out of precedent that's not actually written down, which is the automatic 3 bring back rule. I asked the clerk to find the original place where that was written down, and apparently it isn't there. It's not in our rules, and it's not in Robert's rules. So this automatic bring back is just something that's been done. It was, passed over to our current clerk from the previous clerk, and it's just always been done. But it seems to me that when we vote, and I was very confused about it when I first got here, because we would vote no on something, which is a denial, and then it would come back. It seems to me when we vote on a motion to approve and it fails, that is a denial, and we should just really get rid of the underlying automatic 3 bring back rule, and then we wouldn't need a motion to deny. So I think we'd be better off going back, as Commissioner Arrington said, I think, at the last meeting, to having an overall rules and procedures review and fixing the things that need to be fixed. And I think getting rid of that automatic bring back would be the thing. So, so I'm not going to support it at this time, but as I said, I'm assuming you have your votes, and it's going to be what it is.
Commissioner Arrington?
Seems like I remember at the last meeting, that Commissioner Ivory and I volunteered to lead up a committee to look at the overall procedures, and I would hope that we would have enough patience to allow that process to occur. It seems counterintuitive and counterproductive to make one small change while we're discussing potentially bigger, broader changes. I guess obviously, I mean, it could be done, but but then if it comes back later and we vote to change it later, or it just seems that while we're gathering information or possibly looking at alternatives and doing a review of our rules of order and procedure, that we be more comprehensive and all-inclusive. And so I would rather see us do that, and maybe if we wanted to set a deadline or something so that it's not held up indefinitely. But I don't really see the necessity or urgency to move this forward without the comprehensive review of the overall rules of procedure. And so I really would rather make a motion to hold, but if I don't know what the will of the board is, but I would rather hold this for the comprehensive procedure, or comprehensive review of our rules of order and procedure.
Okay, is that a substitute motion to hold?
Yes.
All right, is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Let's dispose of the motion. Do you want to be heard now, or you want to wait? All right, wait, let's dispose of the motion to hold. Motion, substitute motion on the floor is to hold.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion fails. 3 yeas, 3 nays, 1 abstention.
All right, back to the main motion to approve. Vice Chair Ellis.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think this practice, this particular practice that we're codifying, as has been noted, has been in place. We've traced it back to what, the 90s, 80s? And I think it's been well understood by the members here. And we can go back and we can look at the record, and everybody's voted on it, used it, et cetera, that sits up here on this body. And I've had my own actions that have been, that this particular measure's been used on. I've accepted that, and because that was the will of the board, and they felt like there had been enough debate on the subject. And I think that is what the mechanism is for. We've got a lot of stuff that we have to take on as a body. We're all allowed to bring measures forward, share those, debate those, but at what point in time that we decide collectively as a board that we've debated enough on it, then that's when this particular vehicle has been used. And I do think it's been used fairly and properly, and it's been understood. So the fact that we're having to do this to further codify it in and of itself is frustrating, and that we've wasted this much time on it when everybody understood it. Furthermore, I'm not in support of any sort of overhaul of our rules. And partly because we've had discussions related to specific components of rules, and we've debated those, adopted measures, and then we've had commissioners who are actually advocating for a full look and overhaul of the rules, choose to ignore them, or choose to flaunt them, or choose to sue the board over them. So no, I'm not in I have no interest in doing a full look at an overhaul of our rules when we have that kind of behavior that's been exhibited by certain commissioners in the past. So I think we should go ahead and codify this thing, move forward, and get back to our normal course of business.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Commissioner Arrington.
I really listened. Thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for your response, accepting the will of the board, and all of those great things that you just said. I wonder, would they be applicable to our vote on the nominees from the Republican Party? Thank you.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote. You want to be heard, Vice Chair?
Yeah.
No?
That comment is gratuitous and irrelevant to this particular measure at hand.
All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Motion is to adopt.
And the motion passes. 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Next item.
250755, request approval of resolution to increase the compensation paid to each member of the Fulton County Board of Equalization from $100 per day to $150 per day.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, colleagues. I brought this matter forward after hearing from one of the Board of Equalization members at the last meeting. I spoke with the clerk of Superior Court. Originally, I think it was drafted for $200 a day, but the clerk said she supported $150 a day. So I'm hopeful that you all will support this. I don't think it will have, it will not have a huge impact on our budget or any of the this year or going forward. So, and so I would urge you all to support this resolution.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I looked at this and I agree with it. However, County Manager, let me ask you this. If we do this now, would this would be considered, would this be considered an enhancement?
Sharon, unless I'm wrong, I guess it was an enhancement in the budget and wasn't approved. So at this point in the year, would that be the technically correct term?
If they're seeking funding for it for this year, yes. And it is an enhancement that they've submitted for their 26 budget.
Okay, given that we just passed legislation that I stood firm on no more enhancements for 2025, I do want to offer a substitute motion. And the substitute motion is that we prioritize this enhancement at $160 for the 2026 budget. Are we able to prioritize? I don't want to enhancements. We are, County Manager, I don't want to step in your lane.
No, ma'am, I think the board can give us direction, and we'll certainly include something that's we've been directed to do so.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant 150. 100. I want this to be prioritized for the 2026 budget at $150. That's my substitute motion.
All right, is there a second for the substitute motion?
I'll second that.
All right, properly moved and seconded. All right, Commissioner Barrett, do you want to be heard?
Yeah, I think, I'm just not 100% sure. Was the intent for this year, Commissioner Arrington, or was I thought the intent was for next year and beyond?
My intent was for it to be immediate, but I'm happy. Well, my intent was for it to be immediate. I do have some questions about the prioritizing, because I'd rather just make it recurring funding going forward from 2026, and maybe that's but I'll let you go ahead. This is your turn. On my turn, I'll ask for a friendly amendment.
I was going to suggest, Commissioner Abdurrahman, that maybe yours is just an amendment to Commissioner Arrington's, because the rest of the language, I think, would still hold, and there is language in the current piece of legislation that does have it to be recurring, ongoing, and also to increase with cost of living at the same time that county employees get increased, so that way it would continue to move with time instead of the way it's been now, where it was at 100 for a really long time. And then the flip side is, I think, and I don't know, Madam CFO, if you could answer this, but I think, is it true that if it was for next year and this piece of legislation were to pass today, that it would then be part of the rules, because it would be mandatory, it would be base budget and part of the rules, and it would not be an enhancement for the proposed budget, since we don't have a proposed budget yet?
If it passes today because the board has approved it, it would be an item that we would include in the budget recommendations. They have already submitted their budget request. It is an enhancement request for 2026, but it would be one that we would look to find a way to fund within whatever envelope we have available.
And since I made the substitute motion, may I speak now, Chairman? I would disagree with you, Commissioner Barrett, that in my reading of the resolution, my substitute motion prioritize it as an enhancement for the 2026 budget, as opposed to it starting immediately and being recurring. And so I would say that my substitute motion is proper and in order.
Sorry, can I still clarify? I'm not saying it wasn't. I was just saying, if you just amended Arrington's to not be for now and only to be for next year, that's what I was saying. But I hear what you're saying. So
Okay.
I think you misunderstood me.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. Commissioner Aaron, do you want to be heard again before?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just going to ask Commissioner Abdul Rahman if making it recurring money with annual cost of living increases would be, if she would accept that as a friendly amendment to her amendment.
Commissioner Ergen, I don't have a problem with that, but I would be uncomfortable in doing that right there at this time. I think I would do that for the budget for next year.
Okay. Commissioner Ivory?
Madam CFO, you said that this has already been submitted as an enhancement for this department in the budget, in the budget for 2026. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it for $150, from $100 to $150?
It is for $150, an increase to $150 per day. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if there is no, you just previously said that if we don't adopt it as recurring and we just adopt it as an enhancement, which is what the amended motion is for, is there no, what is the difference between it being an enhancement that has been submitted by the department versus it being an enhancement that we do as a substitute motion? Does it change anything?
Well, if the board doesn't act on the resolution to approve the increase in the rate per day, then we would not have, to Commissioner Barrett's point, the board action to require us to provide the funding, and then it would be included in the review of all other enhancements, and it would be, I think they presented it as a program expansion. So it would be considered in that regard, which means we would be looking to fund something that was a cost to maintain services before we funded program expansion with any resources we might have available.
Okay, but again, I want to get really clear on this question. It's been submitted as an enhancement by the department for the upcoming budget. The amended motion is an enhancement as well. If we vote on the amended motion, which has the same language as enhancement, it's guaranteeing it to go from 100 to 150 just as if it was a rule-based change. Is that what you're saying?
That's my interpretation of what the intent would be, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
then it's not necessarily an enhancement, even in the amended motion. It's going to become a rules-based change that will happen within the budget.
If the board adopts the resolution, yes.
Okay, so then we're definitely changing it from 1 to 150 with a yes vote.
For 2026.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis, let me remind everybody, we're weeks away from discussion on the 2026 budget, and all of these things you're talking about now increases. You got an 8.87 millage rate. We voted unanimously to adopt that. So anything you do now impacts that. Remember this date and the vote from the last meeting. Vice Chair?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with your comments, and I think what we passed at the last meeting should stand, and that, you know, we should get into our budgetary discussion. And if we approve a budget which has this in here, I think we're maybe confusing a little bit of the enhancement versus non-recurring. If we approve the budget and this is in here, yes, it's Mr. Manager, right? Then it is permanent. Right, unless it's revoked. This is not just a one-time thing.
Yes, sir. I think if the board passes this and directs us to
No.
include
I'm talking
this-
about if we adopt a budget, this is part of, this is asked for, right? And
As an enhancement.
As an enhancement.
Yes.
But it's a project expansion. If a budget is adopted, it includes this new rate of 150. That's regarded as something that's permanent, not a non-recurring item.
Yes, sir.
Right, so it will go on once that is adopted at that point in time.
Yes, sir.
Whether, whether it was something that was adopted today or whether it was something that was adopted in the context of the budget. And, I'd personally want to stack up all the things that we're looking at and make a values-based decision, look at the entirety of a budget versus individual items one at a time. I think that serves us best, and from just a pure standpoint of really evaluating all our needs and, best, put in our allocations where we feel like are giving us the best use, or the things that we're even going to be obligated to do.
Commissioner Barrett, do you want to be heard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear what everybody's saying. I think there's still a little bit of confusion, generally speaking, and this is just maybe me that is confused. So if the enhancement request that's currently out there already from, it's the clerk, correct? The clerk of Superior Court that puts that in?
Yes.
If that enhancement is approved by the board to go into the final budget, normally are those things recurring, or do they have to come back the following year and ask again?
The nature of the expense, because it's a change in the rate of pay, would make it a recurring expense.
Okay. Well, I think then the significant difference between Commissioner Arrington's resolution and what Commissioner Abdul-Rahman is proposing is that Commissioner Arrington's resolution had a built-in increase with cost of living that Commissioner Abdul-Rahman's does not. So every time we did it's written, I believe, so that every time a COLA occurs for employees, that the same thing would apply to the hourly rate, or to the daily rate rather, for the Board of Equalization. So that seems to materially be the difference, I guess. So I'm really, if we don't want to do that at this time, so be it. But I also think it's important to point out, since you made the comment, Mr. Chairman, that we approved an 8.87 millage rate for the current year, 2025, that we do not set the millage rate for 2026 until next summer. So it is not accurate to say that we are locked into an 8.87 millage rate. We did not approve that. We approved the 2025 millage rate in the same way that we do every year.
Commissioner Ivory, would you like to be heard?
So I just want one more piece of clarity from Madam CFO. If we approve Commissioner Rahman's substitute motion, we will be giving the increase from $100 to $150 in next year's budget recurring.
That's my interpretation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Okay, this is getting a little bit out of hand, y'all. I'm just going to say that as a sitting commissioner here. We're talking about money, and County Attorney, I don't mean to pull you into the fray. I'm trying not to. But this is not going to break our budget for 2026, nor will it cause the millage rate to rise, this particular action. Okay, let me put that out there for the listening public. I just made a statement 2 weeks ago that there would be no enhancements. We have to understand how the budget process works here, and how for it to work successfully, there's a process to it. And I'm going to stand on that whether somebody likes it or not. However, I do realize the fact that people have reached out to my office. I do realize the fact that they do need it. So my substitute motion was to, one, allay their concerns about it, because they have been talking about it for quite a while, and two, to prioritize it and give direction to the county staff. And so that is the purpose of my substitute motion. We can go back and forth all day long and try to dissect it and make this, a reality show if that's what y'all want to do. But at the end of the day, the purpose of my substitute motion is to prioritize the enhancement, because that's what it is, for the county staff, and to give them direction that this is to be added in, even if it's already been asked for, which you said, County Manager, Ms. Whitmore, it's already been asked for. But we are prioritizing and letting you know today that we want this done as a body.
Yeah.
That's my last conversation on it.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. If I may, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, there are two separate issues here. One of them is the setting of the rate, which is an action that must be taken by the board. And the other one would be, how would that be funded? It just so happens that the clerk of the Superior Court has asked for it to be funded as an increased rate for 2026. Even if that were granted in the normal budgetary process, this board would still have to come back and set the rate at the $150 per day rate. So another option might be for you to set the rate today to be effective January 1st of 2026. At that point, it would be a budgetary mandate for the county manager's team to find as a recurring funding source in the budget going forward.
Okay, Sujo, thank you. You took the words out of my mouth. Yes, that's what I wanted to do.
All right, would you repeat your motion, Commissioner? We're making, I mean, this is.
Chairman, come, okay.
Yeah.
I make a substitute motion that we prioritize the rate from 100 to 150. We give direction to the county staff that it be put into the budget for 2026 and everything else that the county attorney just said in reference to it.
Okay, all right, Vice Chair Ellis.
All right. You know, I may have misunderstood. What I interpreted when you made it, what I interpreted you to say was that you're just giving direction in terms of when you're formulating the budget, prioritize this and see if you can get it in there.
Yeah,
right?
same thing.
This rises to the level of the top. Not that we're, it's just, you're giving a direction. People can make a motion for anything. But that's the way I interpreted your comments. Not that we're going in and we're presetting this at anything today. That we're just giving direction that this is what we'd like to see this as a priority of the board to get done in the 26 budget. If that's not what you intended to say, then I'm not, if we're trying to set it today, then I'm not supportive of that. If we're just trying to say, hey, we're just giving you some general direction and we're voting on that, sharing that as a priority, those are two different things.
I understand what you're saying, Vice Chair. However, we are in a political environment, and I think we've spent way more time on this than we should have. And so I'm going to yield to the consensus of what needs to be done with this. I'm going to take the advice of the county attorney, and I want to put it forward the way I stated it and the way she suggested today as a board action. And I understand if you don't want to support it, because I do understand we're really, really spending absolutely too much time on this. And what I don't want to do, which has been the activities of some of my colleagues, I want to stay in my lane. We got a competent county manager, we got a competent CFO, and this is my personal opinion, they make a good amount of money on their check, and I want to allow them to earn that money. And so I want to stay in my lane, but I understand the climate we have here today on this board. And so with that said, with all due respect, Vice Chair and Chairman, I want to move forward with what I stated.
Okay, Ms. Barrett, Commissioner Barrett, you want to be heard again?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is probably a moot point anyway right now, but just out of curiosity, Commissioner Arrington, or perhaps you can answer this, Madam CFO, do we know if in terms of the ability to give them the increase right now, which is not on the table at this second, but do we know if the clerk of court has the budget to do it, or does it have to be an enhancement? Because if we were to set the rate and she has money in her budget currently to pay for it, then it would not be an enhancement. Is that accurate?
So I don't know if I know the answer to that question. But what I will say is, my intent was to have it adopted immediately, right? We got $70 million left over in this year's budget, and there's no way or no reason that it shouldn't be adopted immediately. However, I'm willing to adopt it going forward, but I would prefer if we adopted it today for this year's budget. And so, you know, $70 million left over. And for me, that's more than enough to finance this and a whole bunch of other stuff.
I agree with you. Madam CFO, do you know if the clerk of court has the money to cover the rest of the year at the higher rate in her budget?
She is one of the departments that we will need to sound money over to cover her pay for performance. So she would not have any funds available in her budget currently, is my answer today. I'd have to do a little more look at that, but she is one of the agencies that we already know we have to send money to cover the pay for performance. So that kind of leads me to say there would be no other resources available.
Gotcha. And theoretically, though, again, this is really just a moot point, I realize, but theoretically, if we were to set the rate effective today, it would be a budget sounding to fulfill any additional funds she needed for that, correct?
Yes, if she could not absorb it within her existing budget, we would have to sound resources.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne?
I'll be brief. I just want to thank you, Commissioner Arrington, for calling me and having discussion over your proposed resolution before it was put on the agenda. But I do struggle with a per diem rate for a Board of Equalization members shall increase in alignment with all county-wide cost of living increases for Fulton County employees, because I feel like if we did that across all our boards, then we're looking at a whole nother enhancements all across because a lot of our boards do get paid a per diem rate. And I don't look at Board of Equalization members being in line with Fulton County employees. This is not their full-time job serving on this board. So I'm hoping they have outside employment that they rely on, and that I'm just not in agreement with this one section of the resolution, because I think we're going to open it up to a bunch of boards saying, well, we need a cost of living increase. We have the Board of Registration Elections. You know, they get $300 a meeting. You know, the chair gets $500 a meeting. You know, what are the other boards that have it? So I feel like it's best to not do that unless they are Fulton County employees.
Commissioner Arrington, you want to be heard again?
Thank you. I hate to further complicate this any further, but I believe Commissioner Abdul Rahman's proposed substitution or amendment directly conflicts with what Sujo said, and I believe her last recitation of her motion was what she said plus what Sujo said, and I think either it's prioritized or it's set. And I think what we heard our CFO say was that if we prioritize it, we are virtually setting it. But I don't, I guess we could vote on it, but I'm just telling you it's confusing, and that's the reason why ideally you have stuff in writing so everybody can see it and everybody can agree on it. And I understand every time it's not going to be in writing and there are going to be amendments and substitutions made verbally, but, I guess really my comment, Mr. Chair, is a point of order. The motion is incongruent.
All right, Madam County Attorney, would you repeat what you said one more time? Because we're just spending too much time on this, and go ahead.
So if the intent is to not create an inconsistency by creating an enhancement for 2025, and you want it to take effect in 2026, I would say it could be stated as a motion to set the per diem rate for the Board of Equalization at $150 per day to be effective January 1st of 2026. I think you can end there because it would then have to be funded because the board would have set the rate at that level.
I think I don't support that, but I think that's crystal clear because we're getting ahead of the budget process is all I'm saying. Everybody clear on what's before us?
I understand clearly what's before us. Okay. You know, I want that in there. That was the intent of what I said. Mm-hmm. I don't know why we got to go all around 285 to get off at 20. So, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, everybody. Okay. That's what I meant.
Okay. Commissioner Arrington, you want to be heard again?
Yeah, my point of order remains, Mr. Chair. The motion which incorporates the amendment or the substitution and also includes the language from the county attorney is incongruent. Either it is prioritized or we are setting it. I don't know that we can prioritize it and set it. I guess maybe we could prioritize it and set it, but it's redundant. If we're setting it, we're setting it. There's no reason to prioritize it. And so that is why I say the two, as a point of order, the two are incongruent, but I guess it's possible to prioritize it and set it at the same time.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, what is your intent?
What is my intent? I've stated my intent. I need to state it again?
Yes, ma'am.
For the purpose of what? Why am I stating it again?
To clarify for...
What am I clarifying? See, I want, see, this is the thing, Chairman, with all due respect. If I say up, somebody else gonna come and say, well, it's down. If I say it's blue, they gonna say it's red. So how many times I have to state the intent of this? Because now we have made this political. We have unnecessarily made this political. And so what is it that needs to be stated, because the county attorney just told me, just said what I said, and the Commissioner Arrington needs clarification on what's prioritized and what's set. And so do you want me to say it's prioritized? Do you want me to say set? What's going to make this debate stop other than call the question?
Okay, I'm clear on it. So
I'm clear on it too.
Commissioner,
and I'm gonna stand in it because I'm getting a little offended that something that's crystal clear is trying to be politicized. There's a need. The need was asked for. If we do it right now, it's considered an enhancement. We just passed something 11 days ago that said that we're not doing any more enhancements for the year 2025. And so I have stated my intention. I have even given into something that I may disagree with, but for the good of the body, to get this conversation along. And so, Chairman, with due respect, what else do I need to say?
Nothing. Commissioner Ivory?
I am delighted when a commissioner can modify something that they have done in the past and move forward to do something that is good for the people that are serving our county. So whether we call it prioritizing or setting, I am 100% willing to support a move away from not giving any more money and saying that we can go ahead and set this, like the county attorney said, at $150 to give this to our Board of Equalization members in 2026, and it will become a part of the budget. I'm delighted to, however it wants to be said, confusingly, whatever, I will support, as I always have, giving the money that we have to the people that are serving this county. So I'm actually completely delighted at the switch here, and I 100% support you, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis.
Like what I have to say, but I'd offer a substitute motion to hold get what you want to do codified, put it down on paper, and allow us to be clear and come back and vote on it.
I withdraw my substitute motion.
All right, who was the seconder on this? Will you withdraw your second? All right, second, Commissioner Thorne has withdrawn her second. The maker of the motion has withdrawn the motion. Now, the original motion was to approve, I believe.
That is correct.
Now, and then Vice Chair Ellis, your motion is to hold. All right, and there was a second on the motion to hold by Commissioner Thorne. All right, let's vote on the motion to hold. And we know why we're holding it, what was included in this motion.
Oh, it's clear why it's being held.
Okay.
The vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion to hold fails, 3 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, I vote yes.
And the motion to hold
Point
passes.
of order. Point of order. You do not get to vote after it fails. Like we all get to vote at the same time. You do not get to look at the outcome of the vote and then determine how you want to vote.
Madam Clerk.
That is improper.
I vote yes. Thank you. Next item.
250756, request approval of a resolution to direct the county management to develop a comprehensive project care public health strategic plan that addresses the healthcare disparities in Fulton County as outlined in the 2023 Project Care Study and builds on efforts already underway, to include related costs in the fiscal year 2026 budget as needed, to ensure that the project care plan includes goals, key performance indicators, and regular reporting to the Board of Commissioners, and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett.
You have a motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are facing a healthcare crisis in this country that is unlike anything we have seen before. And what is, I think, especially heartbreaking and terrifying about this is that it's a crisis of our own making. The federal government is abandoning us. They're cutting funding that is going to make it worse for so many Georgians. So many people in this state and in this county cannot afford health insurance already, or doctor's visits. This is going to get worse. They don't have hospitals nearby. They cannot afford their medications. And now even more people are going to find themselves in that situation. We're talking about people in this county who have worked hard, paid their taxes, and played by the rules. According to the AJC, the end of the Biden-era ACA subsidies will likely see over 460,000 Georgians dropping their health insurance coverage because they can no longer afford it. It's also estimated that Georgia's health sector will lose $3.7 billion in revenue, and $1.6 billion of that will be lost by our hospitals. That means hospitals will close, and ERs, which are already overwhelmed, will be even more crowded. That's in addition to the changes in Medicaid that we know are coming, and that's on top of the existing healthcare crisis right here in Fulton County, declared by this board with 6 votes at the end of 2022 when the 2 Wellstar hospitals closed in our county. And of course, that was all on top of the existing healthcare disparities and some of the worst healthcare outcomes in the country that have persisted for decades. I feel like it is really incumbent upon us as local elected officials to fight back, to demand better from the other levels of government, and to do everything in our power to protect the health of our citizens here in Fulton County. And the reality is, we're already doing a lot of that. We're doing this work. The county manager and his team are doing a lot of projects that have to do with healthcare. This board and previous iterations of this board have approved a lot of great work. This resolution simply asks county management to put together a comprehensive plan to continue to address that healthcare emergency declared in 2022, using the findings from the study done, the Morehouse School of Medicine study done by EY that was called Project CARE. It asks that we report on all of the work we're already doing, along with any new programs, in one comprehensive reporting package similar to what we experienced with the Project Orca reporting, and that we now get in the Justice System update, so that we would get essentially a healthcare update at minimum quarterly. Certainly if there's additional information in between that, great, but at minimum quarterly. That is the bulk of what this is about, just so that we can communicate clearly to the public the efforts that we are making to protect the health of our citizens. It also asks that county management determine the right data and KPIs to measure our progress. And by the way, I do want to mention as I talk about the reporting portion of it, that when I spoke to Commissioner Thorne about this, she mentioned the work already being done by the Board of Health. And I think all of those things can be incorporated as county management sees fit in terms of reporting and data collection as well. So it's the reporting piece, it's the measurement piece. If we don't measure our progress, we don't know if we're making progress. And I had a conversation with both Dr. Rochelle and the county manager about what kinds of KPIs might be helpful and what might not be helpful or doable. And I think that is why this resolution really leaves it up to them to come back to us and say, these are the measures we think are relevant here and can be reported against. And then lastly, it asks them to include in the proposed budget for this coming year and future years as needed, any new programs that they determine will have the most impact on addressing these healthcare disparities and healthcare outcomes that we are working to repair. And I do want to point out that the majority of the healthcare disparities that are mentioned in the Morehouse School of Medicine study are in South Fulton County. And so we really do need to focus our efforts there, and this resolution asks for that. The reason that I included the language about the budget in this resolution is because of the rules-based budgeting, which we just discussed on the previous item, and the idea that some of these things may be what we would call new programs. And what I wanted to do is sort of codify county management's ability, which they technically already have, but really codify that if there is a new program that they want to introduce under this umbrella as it relates to this healthcare emergency, that they could do that and it would not sort of negate the whole rules-based budgeting in terms of fairness for every other department. So that's the only reason that's included in that piece. As I mentioned, I did speak to both Dr. Rochelle and the county manager on this. I did speak with some of my colleagues here, although not all. And I want to be really clear that this resolution is really just a first step. Voting yes today really just tells the county that we're continuing to prioritize healthcare and that we trust them to create a plan that's going to work best for the county. So I would appreciate your favorable vote.
Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, thank you for reaching out to me, and enjoyed having a discussion with you on Monday. And you mentioned that you had talked to Dr. Rochelle and the county manager, and I'd asked, have you talked to the Fulton County Health Department? And you said you hadn't, but yet you talked to them to come down here to do a proclamation for breast cancer awareness. So I gave them a call yesterday. I met with Dr. Rustin when he first came on board, just to see what his goals were with our public health department and what they're doing. And tomorrow they're going to be hopefully hiring the new permanent director of our county health board, if that goes through. And he has a very impressive resume. But he told me that they currently are updating their community health assessment. It hasn't been done since 2020. They are reaching out to Georgia State Health Policy Center. These are experts that do this all across the state in assisting them with developing the health assessment of the entire county. They're doing this so they can get voluntary accreditation. There's only a handful of counties in the whole state of Georgia that have accreditation. With this assessment plan, they hope to identify areas of quality improvement, efficiencies, metrics, and improving overall services to address the health needs of Fulton County. This accreditation, although it's voluntary, it makes you more likely to get grants in the future and public funding, outside funding, to administer those programs. From the quality or community health assessment, then they'll develop a community health improvement plan, which will develop and prioritize service-based options that were identified in the community health assessment. So with that being said, I feel like there's work being done. I feel like as commissioners, we need to have dialogue. I've been on several trips to South Fulton County to see the clinics, the hospitals. Wellstar wasn't the only hospital to close in South Fulton. It just happened to be the last one closed. So there definitely are issues in that area. And I talked to Dr. Rustin, even though he will no longer be the director, hopefully after tomorrow, he's staying on till the end of the year. And I asked him, would he come down and give us updates on what they see, what their findings are? And he's like, absolutely. We just need to call him down on a quarterly basis. So for me, I don't think we need to start another program with the county manager and Dr. Rochelle when we have they can continue to work with Grady and the needs that we have with Grady and our relationship and our contracts with them. But let's use the health department. That's what they're here for, to identify and assess the overall needs and the administering of the programs.
Vice Chair Ellis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll stop short of just saying that I felt like there was a lot of, almost felt like I listened to a campaign speech to start of this. But, you know, Fulton County has historically been the leader in the state of Georgia in providing funding for healthcare, utilizing county funds. I mean, collectively, we do more than Gwinnett, Cobb, and DeKalb combined, and had for a number of years. And since I have been on this body, that has been a bipartisan effort that has taken place. And a lot of people have led and participated in those initiatives. And we are light years better than where we were 10 years ago. And we've had clear planning that's been out there and pathways to do stuff that we know are in front of us. Chairman Pitts had taken a significant leadership on the hospital issue. And we're really close with our partner. And that's all in the work. It's all planned out. So to be suggestive of somehow we were being deficient, we didn't have planning, we weren't thinking about results. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is not necessary. I feel like it's, anyway, I'm going to motion to file.
All right, there's a substitute motion to file. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, properly moved and seconded to file. Commissioner Arrington, you want to be heard on the motion to file?
I want to be heard.
You have the floor. Motion on the floor is to file.
So As the commissioner that brought forth the resolution for the declaration of a healthcare emergency in Fulton County, in particular in South Fulton County, I was happy to see this resolution and hopeful that it would lead to just more frequent updates on the current status of healthcare. The disparity study, healthcare disparity study that was done by Dr. Rochelle showed a lot of deficiencies in, well, it showed the state of healthcare throughout the county, right? And there were some deficiencies in Atlanta and even more deficiencies in South Fulton. And so for me, this is a matter of just getting more frequent updates on the healthcare status in the county. And so I was and I still am supportive of getting those additional updates. And, you know, it can either be through the resolution or it can be through me calling Dr. Rochelle, asking her for them, or emailing her, asking her for them, or asking our county manager to include it. I think, you know, given what is going on in this country, in our county, in our state right now, that receiving quarterly updates on the state of healthcare should also be a bipartisan effort, just as Commissioner Ellis stated most of our other healthcare items are, right? I mean, healthcare doesn't have a party. It doesn't have a race. It doesn't have a sex. We all need healthcare. And so, again, to me, getting updates on the status of our healthcare after declaring the emergency is the prudent thing to do. And I'm unaware, Commissioner Thorne, of any other hospitals that even exist in South Fulton or that existed. The last other hospital I know that closed in South Fulton was actually in Southwest Atlanta prior to Wellstar, was the Southwest Hospital, which closed numerous times between the 90s and 2009. So I don't, you know, I would love to hear about what other hospital there was that existed and where it was located that also closed in South Fulton other than the Wellstar.
Thank you. Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel like there's a couple things I need to respond to. First of all, the Board of Health does great work. In no way is what this resolution about in opposition of that or overstepping that. In fact, they would be, in my view, included as part of the reporting. They might be one of the partners that comes to present to us if that's what the county management thinks makes sense. The whole idea of this is to have a collaborative framework in which we report on all of our efforts around health. That's it. It doesn't, in no way have I disparaged the great work this county is already doing. In fact, I'm very proud of the great work we do. I'm very proud to be partnered on the new freestanding emergency room that's going up in South Fulton in the future potential hospital. I thought the Morehouse study that you worked on, Mr. Chairman, with Ernst Young was great. I thought it was really good information, and I was proud to be a part of the Buggy Works Clinic. I think we're doing amazing work. It's not all just about programs through the Board of Health, though. We are working on behavioral health centers, our crisis centers. We have all the work we do under Health and Human Services. The goal here is not to shame anybody or say that great work isn't being done. In fact, just the opposite. The goal here is to say, we're doing a lot of work. Let's showcase that so that the public knows it, and let's get regular updates so we can continue to engage on those things and learn and make sure we know all the things that county management is doing on those things. That's literally all this is. So the idea that I'm somehow saying Fulton County is not doing its job as it relates to healthcare is just not true. What I'm saying is funding is going away, people are going to be struggling, and we need to be doing everything we can, and that we need to be reporting on the things we are already doing. That's it. But the majority bloc on this board has decided that they don't want to support anything I put up, so here we are.
All right, the motion on the floor is to file. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Any other matters that come before us today?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. In looking at Robert's rules, which I did because of your motion, it says in, I guess it's chapter 16, section 7, or section 16, paragraph 7, that's what it is. Section 16, paragraph 7, that any motion that seeks to close debate requires a second and a 2/3 vote. That would be 5 votes. That would mean a motion to file, which is a debate-ending vote, should have a 2/3 vote in order to pass.
Is it?
I'm asking.
No, you don't have to ask the county attorney. We've talked about this before, and if you would listen and learn, you would know that we have our own rules, which the county attorney has opined that we, in a small body like this, we can make our own rules. I state it one more time. A motion to file has been before us for 20 or 30 years, and it's still a motion. The reason we codified it because you said that you didn't understand it. And I don't know what to do but give you a private lesson on what the rules are for this body. That was a proper motion. The motion is passed today, that your legislation is filed. Any other matters that come before us today?
No further matters.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.